Hello and welcome to the 2021 International Foundation for Gastrointestinal Disorders Advocacy event. Thank you for joining with us today as we begin a week-long of advocacy for digestive health. My name is Cecile Rooker and I am the President and Executive Director for IFFGD. And with me here today is Haley McCorkle. Most of you guys know Haley, and if you don't, she's the face behind all of our social media and our newsletter and a lot of the public-facing things that we do here at IFFGD. So thank you so much for helping me host this program today, Haley.
Of course. I'm so excited, just to be here and to have this event. I think it's very, it's necessary. I'm really excited for a great program, great agenda. I think it's going to be a good day.
Absolutely. And each year, as you know, IFFGD tries to create a program based around advocacy that might be outside of what you traditionally think of as advocacy. And so this year we're talking about ways to find support. What are some of the ways that you help people support themselves with advocacy?
So, I think some of the biggest things that I do in my role here at IFFGD to kind of help people is just to kind of provide tools and resources and ways that they can maybe find other ways to contact their congressional office, or just even finding resources to kind of help them with their understanding their disease or manage symptoms and things like that. So I really think that's what advocacy is about, really standing up for yourself and advocating for yourself and others who may suffer from GI disorder. So
Absolutely.
That's a big deal.
Absolutely, and it's so important to remember that out here. So remember, all next week we're going to ask you to email your congressman, to call your congressional offices, to really talk to them about the legislative things that are so important to us in the GI health community. However, advocacy is so much more. We have to remember, as patients within this community, that we have to advocate for ourselves. For those of you out here that are watching and it's because it's someone that you love or care about has a GI disorder, you are helping them. You are actually advocating for them just by attending today. You are showing them that you care. It's more than just calling a legislator. It's about taking care of yourselves. Self-care.
Yes.
Finding the right doctor. Making sure, last year we talked about integrative health. And we talked about dietitians and exercise and things like that.
Yeah.
And this year we're going to talk more about support. What are the resources that you might have that you may not even know about? There's some really exciting stuff out there. I was really surprised when I looked at it.
Yeah, whenever you say how today we're really going to be talking about support, it just reminds me that support can be shown in so many different ways. And what I think is so cool and awesome about this program is that there's so many different organizations who have so many ways of showing how we can support each other in the community, in the GI community. So I think that's going to be the best part about this, is just finding out other ways that we can really support each other on Facebook or on other platforms as well.
Absolutely. So we are going to go ahead and start our program today. Thank you so much for being here and for joining with us today here at IFFGD for our advocacy event. The first part of our program is actually about support groups and social media, which Haley here is an expert on here at IFFGD. And I'm really excited about our first speaker. Why don't you tell us a little bit about him?
Yeah, I'm also excited to hear from Austin Chang. I think it was DDW of 2019 that we attended. DDW is Digestive Disease Week for any of our listeners today who aren't familiar with those medical conferences. But Austin Chang, I remember seeing a lot of his tweets whenever I was searching the hashtag for DDW of 2019, and I was like, who is he? Who is Austin Chang? Because he had some awesome information about this conference. And so really we connected with him after that meeting, and we've been connecting with him ever since. And I think people are really going to like what he has to say here today.
Absolutely. He has really and truly made it his mission.
Yes.
To work through social media for not only himself and his own patients, but to sort of help other gastroenterologists, other influencers to do it right. And so in this next session, I am actually going to be interviewing Dr. Chang and to talk about what to look for. So if you're out there and you're using social media for your health information, which all of us do, right? he's going to give you some guardrails and some guidelines and some thoughts. And he really enlightened me in our conversation. So I really hope that you enjoy this next session, and we'll see you right back here after you're done. Thank you for joining us today at IFFGD's 2021 Virtual Advocacy Event. Today, we are focusing on educating patients and caregivers on how best to navigate the social media world. With us today is Austin Chang, the founding president of the Association for Healthcare Social Media. Dr. Chang, thank you for being with us here today. Can you share just a little bit about yourself?
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here. Well, I am a gastroenterologist by training. I'm actually an advanced endoscopist. I work at Jefferson Health, a teaching hospital here in Philadelphia. And yeah, so I originally grew up in Southern California, moved abroad to Taiwan when I was 10, and then came back to the US for college, med school, and beyond. Was at Duke for undergrad, was at Columbia for medical school and internal medicine training, and then went to Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston for GI training, and that's where I also got my master's of public health, and did my final year of training in advanced endoscopy here in Philadelphia. So that's my career kind of in a nutshell.
Wow, that's a lot of traveling. You definitely can relate to people from all over the world,
Yeah.
and have lived in many different places. So, what made you become such a force in social media for gastroenterology? What caused sort of stemmed that interest in you?
Yeah, I always, I guess early on in my training, I recognized that patients were not receiving information only from me as a source, but rather being exposed to so much through media and social media, and so I wanted to understand how they were getting, medical information. So I actually spent some time at ABC News initially, a couple years ago, trying to understand who was vetting the medical news and who was deciding which studies were getting reported on the evening news and whatnot. So in that process, I saw that they were using social media at the time to host weekly discussions. And from there, I decided to move my own social media presence, primarily on Twitter at the time, from a personal one to a professional one. And I've always been a huge fan of social media. I kind of grew up in this era, from the MySpace days to like Friendster, and Facebook came out my freshman year in college. So I really kind of saw it, explode. And from Twitter, I eventually shifted my presence onto Instagram, and then over the years onto YouTube and TikTok. And I just, wanted to learn how to use all of these different platforms to convey medical knowledge. And I've learned that each platform has a different kind of purpose and a different way of communicating. And through this whole experience, I've also been able to interact with our GI societies and help our different GI societies with their social media efforts. And I've learned a lot along the way through that. And also gotten to know a lot of other social media gurus, so to speak, in other fields, and have been able to kind of take that knowledge and apply it to our field, and to help put out more information about gut health and digestive health, and that's really how it all started. So it's been about 6 or 7 years, not 7 years in the making, and to see it now come to a point where I think everyone is so receptive of it and really using it for so many different reasons, whether it's to build their practice or to educate others or to network with one another in the field, I think is really, really amazing. But it wasn't always that way. When I first started, it was a little bit rough, and I there was a little bit of ridicule here and there. But I've just gotten used to, seeing how it just takes time for people to get used to embracing social media. And especially in this day and age, I think it's very apparent that social media really plays a huge role in, everything that from our social political landscape to, determining how, businesses do, et cetera. And so it's really been quite a journey.
I actually remember. So IFFGD has always been, has leaned on social media since the inception, has tried to do a lot of social media around medical conferences as well. And I remember particularly several years ago, we were at, I believe it was Digestive Disease Week, and IFFGD was twittering or tweeting through the whole event. And we were really proud of the number of tweets we were able to get out. And my social media manager at the time sort of said, but man, who is this Austin guy? He's like blown us away. I'm actually retweeting his stuff because it's so good. And you had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds more tweets than we did. And we thought we were, really doing a great job with it. And so we ended up retweeting a lot of your stuff during that event. And it was sort of at that point, I was like, oh my gosh, I got to find this guy. He's great. He's really and truly doing a great service here. And so I think we connected several years ago as we sort of tracked you down and really have been impressed by your ability to keep science within a very social platform. So Austin, when people are looking and searching for medical information on social media, what are some things that they should be looking for? Now, obviously, if they know they can go to your handle, right? They know that they're going to get good information. And we know that you are backed by all the GI societies as well as IFFGD. We endorse what you do because we know that you have really great science out there. But what about others or even people in different disease states outside of GI? What should they be looking for in social media when it comes to medical information?
It's very difficult because sometimes, there's information that is coming from the professional community that is well-intentioned that sometimes can also be misinterpreted. So I think that first and foremost, just from a very broad perspective, just making sure that the people that you're following actually have appropriate credentials, I think is step number one, which is sometimes hard to discern. I think another key point is to follow a bunch of different people so that you can kind of cross-reference and see if the information sort of makes sense and if everyone is sort of discussing it in the same context. I think that it's also kind of important to understand if you truly are trying to understand the science of it, really understanding like which references are reliable sources or reputable sources, which medical journals are reputable, because not all of them are necessarily reputable, and how kind of the basics of how to interpret a study, and whether or not the study was a recent one, whether or not the study involved like a placebo arm to the trial, for instance. It can become very, very granular. But I think that the key thing is that cross-referencing different sources, different people, different experts, I think is really key, because that way at least you can see, is everyone coming to the same conclusion, or is there a lot of disagreement around something? And the other things are just that, if a claim sounds too good to be true, often it is, and so if you have any inkling of a doubt, I think that digging a little deeper and doing a little more research can be really helpful.
Fantastic. Great advice. What about support groups? So in this area of the pandemic, right, we're seeing a lot of people that are reaching out to support groups. Many years ago, they were held like in hospitals or community centers, and people got together and they talked. There's a lot more support groups now on social media, tons of them. In every possible disease state, people are able to connect with others through social media, but sometimes that's not always a good thing. And so what should people look for if they're wanting to join a social media group, whether it be like a Twitter support group or a Facebook support group or something of that nature? What are some things that they should be thinking about as they begin that search?
Yeah, I think that, again, trying to identify like if there are experts present, if the people who are posting in those support groups are citing evidence and are actually citing their sources and which sources they're actually citing. I have seen or been part of Facebook support groups that have also just been have gotten very messy. And if there's a lot of contention and controversy, I think sometimes that tells you that maybe there's an area within medicine there that is a little bit that may need further fact checking. And bottom line is, if you're unsure with what you're hearing or learning about in a support group, you either cross-reference that by searching elsewhere or speaking to your doctor and asking whether or not that situation applies to you. And I think that's another key thing, is that a lot of what is discussed sometimes may not apply to a certain individual because everyone's clinical situation is different. And just because it's working for someone else or is appropriate for someone else doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right option for you or that it applies to you. But yeah, I think it's very difficult to kind of discern which Facebook groups are good and which ones aren't. But I think that, citing evidence, citing the experts, and kind of, I think that any doctor would be happy to sort of say, if you were to come to them and say, is this a reputable source? Is what I'm hearing actually accurate? And even if the doctor doesn't know what that, isn't familiar with that topic, at least they can say, is that a reputable source? They can actually kind of help you out with figuring out whether or not that's true, or whether or not that journal is actually respected in the field. So, I think that's a really key thing, because interestingly, I get approached a lot with people trying to show me studies from journals that are not so reputable, or I read through the study and it's really not that solid of a study. And to most people out there, it's really difficult to see. A lot of these journals have fancy names, and it sounds very legitimate, but often it's not.
Right. The age-old adage of, you can really truly prove anything you want to, right?
Yeah.
And write things any way you want to do that, and making sure. So my next question was going to be to ask you, what are some characteristics of a very positive support group? And so I think you may have answered that, but I'm going to give you a chance to see if there was anything else you wanted to add to, what sort of characteristics would make sort of a positive support group that would be good for patients with GI illness.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's, I think support groups are fantastic, first of all. I think that they're really important in patient care. I think that from a patient's perspective, if I were to be on a support group, it would be really helpful to see other patients kind of qualify their statements and recognize that not everything that they're recommending or trying to push on there is it necessarily applies to everybody. And so, allowing that wiggle room, I think, is really important. And just a respectful environment. I think some people have very strong opinions. So often you may not know in the support group whether or not someone is well-intentioned, or if they truly, have a certain condition, or truly have an experience to share, or if it's totally fabricated. That's sometimes difficult to tell. So yeah, those qualifying statements, backing things up with evidence, keeping things cordial on there, I think is important. I've seen a lot of support groups unravel pretty quickly because it gets into these arguments that if we all just took a step back, I think it would be a much more positive environment.
Okay, that sort of leads me to the next thing, is what are some red flags? So if you're out there looking for some support groups, what are some red flags that might tell you that this may not be sort of the best venue for you to go for a support group?
Yeah, I think that, in addition to a lot of the things that I've said already about, making sure that things are evidence-based and that there are sources that are cited, I would also say if there are a lot of products being pushed, that's probably another red flag, because you just don't know, especially whoever the moderators are in the Facebook group, you just don't know if they have certain ulterior motives. And I mean, this is something that is becoming increasingly more common in the medical space, is that there are a lot of different products that are being pushed. and you just don't know whether or not they're truly recommended or if there's any, actual science behind that. And if there's, again, very kind of outlandish or outrageous claims being made that are kind of like bordering on propaganda, if you feel like you sense that someone's trying to shove an idea, down you, I think that it's worth reevaluating and making sure that this is actually the appropriate support group for you.
True. Fantastic. And so just to summarize, just the key factors in finding a support group, some of the things that you mentioned, making sure that we're getting cited credible sources. These are top tier journals with high impact ratings that are respected in the medical community. You can ask your doctor if this source is credible or not. Also, feel free to reach out to IFFGD and we'd be happy to look through those sources as well and consult with our gastroenterologist friends like Dr. Chang about these sorts of things. Another thing was looking for outlandish comments, things that are too good to be true, likely are, as you mentioned. That's another key factor, and that promises aren't being made of some sort, because really in medicine you can't make promises. It's a science, and so I think that was another one of the key points. Also, I think you mentioned about positivity and people being positive towards each other and not tearing each other down, not a lot of arguing or harmful comments being made within the support group to one another, as key things to remember. And then, of course, the one red flag I think that most of us will agree on is products. If a support group is trying to sell you supplements or some sort of miracle product, then sometimes you have to wonder, it may not be true, but you have to wonder whether or not there's some financial gain coming back to someone because of that, because obviously it then becomes more of like a marketing platform. And we definitely want to be very careful about what we're allowing ourselves to believe and to take in to our minds. Is there anything I missed on those key points? I was trying to summarize, just make sure that I got it right, because that was a wealth of information there.
Yeah, I think that it just takes a little bit of a kind of detective-like mindset going into trying to find, a good support group and good resources online. I've seen some instances that have been very subtle, like, sometimes the product pushing is not very obvious, and it comes in the form of an Amazon affiliate link or something like that, and you just have to be very aware of like where how some people might be gaining financially from some product pushing, from some of this product endorsement, and so yeah, just be careful out there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for taking time to educate us today on the best way to navigate these different Facebook and Twitter support groups. And I'm sure before long, we'll probably have TikTok ones and Instagram ones as well when someone figures out how to do that. But these are wonderful points that I think kind of carry through all the different social media platforms. Yes. And for those of you just joining us, we've been chatting with Dr. Austin Chang, who happens to be the founder and president of the Association for Healthcare Social Media, something that has been very desperately needed. And Dr. Chang saw that need, joined with some colleagues, and created this wonderful nonprofit organization. Today, we've been talking to him about the best ways to navigate social media for support and education. We will find more information about this on the advocacy event page. We will also, at the end of this video, have all of Dr. Austin's handles in case you want to follow him on any of the social media platforms, as well as IFFGD's social media handles as well. If you have any questions about this topic, please feel free to reach out to us at advocacy@iffgd.org, and we'd be happy to continue this conversation. Thank you so much, Dr. Chang. This has been very, very helpful for us.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Hello and welcome back to 2021 IFFGD's advocacy event. We just heard from Dr. Austin Chang, who kicked off our session about using online resources for support. And I just absolutely love Dr. Chang. He's got such great energy.
Yeah.
And is so knowledgeable about these things and so passionate. His passion really sort of excites me and makes me want to go out there and learn a little bit more. But we just want to take a second to recap for those of you who aren't able to hear his entire program. The bottom line really and truly is that your illness experience is your own. And if a support group doesn't fit with you, then it doesn't. And that's okay, because there's no one-size-fit-all support group. And so therefore, just use some of those points that Dr. Chang talked to us about, such as...
Yeah, I think some of the points that he made about cross-referencing with some of the scientific information that's in those support groups, as well as just kind of making sure you check those references whenever they add research articles in there. I think those points that he really touched on really makes a difference whenever you're trying to find a support group with reliable information that's credible.
Yeah.
And what I think is cool too, we have on our website evaluating health information online.
Mm-hmm.
So if you kind of want to read through that as well as listening to his video, that might give you some good pointers on how to find support groups and then how to decipher if that information that they're providing is reliable and credible.
Absolutely. And of course, please don't forget his red flags. If it looks like someone's trying to sell you something, or their website's just, or their support group is just out to make money, probably isn't the best place for you. So use your gut, no pun intended, and do what's right for you, because that's what a support group is all about, supporting you. And so I really enjoyed interviewing him to sort of get that, sort of set the pace of what we were talking about today. But our next speaker is very near and dear to my heart. So Melissa Adams Van Houten, I know that you guys have probably heard from her a lot out in our IFFGD audience. She's a patient advisory committee member here at IFFGD. I consider one of my advisors, actually. She is an amazing woman who has led a really, really strong fight and a crusade for the gastroparesis community. And she does many things. Just one small piece of the pie of everything that she does for herself and for others like her is to run a support group online and in Facebook, I believe. Yes, and so I'm really looking forward to hearing from her again. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to hear from her as well. I think we've been working with her for almost a decade.
Probably close.
Yeah, so we've been working with her for a while now and collaborating with her on opportunities. But I think one thing that really sticks out for me is 2 Hill Days ago, when we had our Hill Day in a in-person event, her daughter actually spoke at that Hill Day event. And honestly, it was just so touching to hear from a young advocate who is advocating for their parent. And, it touched back to exactly what you said at the beginning of this program, that just because you're a caregiver or a sibling or anything like that, that doesn't mean that you're not supporting the person, because you are. You make a difference in speaking up for those people. And so just hearing from her daughter, I thought that was a great touch.
That was. And she's such a great speaker and just an amazing young lady as well, just like her mother. And so now we're going to hear from Melissa Adams Van Houten, because she runs a support group called Gastroparesis Fighting for Change. And she's going to tell us a little bit about that. One of the many gastroparesis support groups you can find on social media.
Thank you for joining us today at IFFGD's 2021 virtual advocacy event. Today we are focusing on how to find Facebook support groups, and with us is Melissa Adams Van Houten from Gastroparesis Fighting for Change. Thank you for being with us today, Ms. Adams Van Houten.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah. So we're going to start with how Gastroparesis Fighting for Change started and how you started with them, which kind of go hand in hand together.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when I was diagnosed with gastroparesis back in February of 2014, I had actually never heard the word gastroparesis. So I went online in search of information, and I happened to run across a small gastroparesis support group on Facebook. And I thought, well, I will join this group. I'm not normally a support group kind of gal, but I will join the support group, get some information, maybe get some tips about how to live with this illness from people who are going through it. I will get back out of that group, fix myself, and move on with my life. But that's obviously not what happened. My gastroparesis did not heal despite the information. And the more time I spent in the group, the more I started to get to know the people. And I started reading their stories. And I was just struck with how difficult it was to cope with this illness. There were stories of such suffering, and there was so little information, so few resources. And I just thought, this is ridiculous that there's this whole group of people and they have so little information, so few ways of coping, and the world out there doesn't really largely know they exist. And this has got to change. So at that point, I thought, I need to stop focusing on myself and start figuring out how I'm going to help us as a group. And I looked around Facebook, but I didn't really find any groups that were focused specifically on advocacy. So I put out a call to the community and said, hey, if you're interested in doing this, we're trying to get something started, come join us and we'll talk about our situation. And they did. They came, and I was fortunate to meet another few ladies that really helped us set up the group and start the organization. And we have grown from there. We have grown to where we have a set of support groups and advocacy groups. Our largest group is about 33,000 members now. We have a website, and we are on other social media platforms, and we just hope to continue growing.
Yeah. So you said it a little bit, like what are like some of your main focuses with gastroparesis fighting for change?
The focus of fighting for change is really twofold: support and advocacy. We want to be able to give our members the tools they need to cope with the illness, but also to advocate for themselves and for the broader community. And we really try to empower them to do this by getting together and sharing information, sharing, here are the links we have, here are the resources we have, here are the connections we know about. We share our stories and our personal experiences. And then we also talk about the ideas that we have. What are the most pressing problems we see? How are we going to go about solving these? And in addition to that, we try to participate in efforts, awareness efforts and advocacy efforts directed at patients and providers, the media, legislators, anything that's going to help us spread awareness and promote better care. And we create some of those efforts, some of those campaigns. So for example, annually we do a state level gastroparesis proclamation awareness push. So we go to our groups and we try to recruit individuals from each state, and then they petition the governor for a gastroparesis awareness month proclamation. And we've had some really good success with that. We've had a lot of states on board. Most states are willing to help, and we've had members who are willing to help with that push. And actually, we've been so successful that some of our members are starting to request those for their city and county level, and we've been trying to help with that. Another example is our rally in Washington, D.C. in 2019, and that was in conjunction with IFFGD's Advocacy Day. So we sort of descended on Washington, D.C., we held our rally, we went to the IFFGD conference, and then the next day we met with our legislators on the Hill and pushed for legislation, research funding, and those sorts of things. So we direct those kind of campaigns ourselves, but we also like to be involved with organizations and nonprofits like the IFFGD who are sponsoring or participating in things that would also be beneficial to our community. So for instance, if the IFFGD is sponsoring a bill or supporting a bill that we think could benefit our community too, I will take that back to our groups and say, hey, this is what the IFFGD is doing. I think we could really help them. Would you call your representatives? Would you contact your legislators? Can you post this on your wall and share it with your friends and the rest of the community, and really get on board and try to support those efforts that would benefit us as a whole?
Yeah, no, I know you're such a great supporter. You guys are always at our advocacy debates. And does the group have any like specific rules that community members must follow?
Yes, we absolutely have rules. We want to make sure that all our communities are safe and welcoming, and that we're protecting our members, and that we're all on board with the basic goals of the group. So because we are a Facebook-based group, we are held to all Facebook community standards, first of all, but we also have some rules and guidelines in place beyond those Facebook community standards. And those sort of center around what I would call our organization's basic values. And I use an acronym to describe those. It's SECURE, SECURE, S for support. We want to support the whole person, so we help people deal with the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual aspects of the illness. E for empowerment. We want to be helping our members develop confidence and finding effective ways to advocate for themselves and for others. C for community. We want to help strengthen the bonds between us, because we share this illness, but we share a lot more than that. You know, we're human beings. And so in the groups, we talk a lot about our families, our jobs, whatever is affecting us, and those sorts of things help us bond as a community. U for unity. We are obviously united in the cause of spreading gastroparesis awareness and fighting for proper care and ultimately cures. R for respect. We recognize and value the different perspectives in the community. We support a person's right to choose their own lifestyle and treatment options, and we really try to respect the self-determination of each individual. And then the last E is education. Obviously, we want to make sure that we're getting out proper and accurate information to patients and to anybody else out there involved in our care in any way.
Nice. I like that.
Thank you.
Little thing, easy to remember. And then are there like any other support groups that you suggest to people to join? Anything?
Yeah, actually, starting with Facebook, as I said, we have our own set of groups, and we sort of break those up into two arms, or two segments, one for support and one for advocacy. And so on the support side, we have a main support group where everybody is a member of that one. But then we also have subgroups below that based on different characteristics and shared interests. So we'll have a subgroup for diabetics, tubies, we have a Christian subgroup, a book and hobby group, those kinds of things. And then on the advocacy side, we have our main or national advocacy group, and then we have subgroups for every state so that people can connect locally if they want to, and arrange support and advocacy efforts. But besides our groups, I think that you will find, especially on Facebook, that if you type in gastroparesis support groups or advocacy groups, you will find tons that come up now, all different sizes and flavors. So if you just do that basic search, I think you'll find what you're looking for. And if you're not a Facebook person, if you're looking for something outside of that, I mean, we obviously have communities on most of the major social media sites. But beyond us, there are other groups that do that too. And if you're looking for something that's just illness specific, that's just illness patients, you could go to a site like Inspire or Patients Like Me. And most of those have at least small communities for pretty much every illness you could think of. So I would just encourage people, do a search, get on the internet and do a search. There are in-person groups too, if you prefer that. And and really look around at what's offered out there. And, people have different tastes and expectations and needs, but I think that there's so many now that you really will find something that suits your needs.
Yeah, that's great. I didn't even know you guys had like all those different little subgroups too, though.
Well, I forget about them. There's so many now that I couldn't even list them.
Yeah, no, but that's good. I mean, obviously we're all different. We all have different things, but you guys have that core like gastroparesis together, and then
Thank
you've been
you.
bringing it together. But yeah, that's so great. So again, thank you for taking your time to share with us and our viewers about gastroparesis, fighting for change. For those of you just joining us, we chatted with Melissa Adams Van Houten, one of the founders of the support group Gastroparesis, Fighting for Change. And if you missed Ms. Adam Van Houten's talk, you can find hers and others from this event on the IFFGD webpage. And thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and for all you do to advocate for our community.
Yes, same to you guys, because you guys help us too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, welcome back to our program. I hope you enjoyed hearing from Melissa Adams Van Houten about the Facebook support group Gastroparesis Fighting for Change. This is one of the many talks in this year's IFFGD advocacy event. You will learn a lot more about advocating for yourself in the area of social media and other ways to find support through this program. If you miss any of the program this week, please check our website at iffgd.org to learn more about the entire agenda and the event and to see the videos you may have missed. If you have any questions about anything you hear this week, or if any questions at all, please feel free to email us at advocacy@iffgd.org. That email address is advocacy@iffgd.org. Thank you again for tuning in with us. Up next, we're going to keep plowing on with some more support groups on Facebook. Who's our next speaker, Haley?
Yeah, so next up we have Nina Pan, who is actually for the IBS support group, and I also think that this is going to be a really good program or a good topic for us to talk about. I think most of her focus is just solely around supporting those with IBS and helping people who live with IBS, because as we know, the symptoms of IBS can be very debilitating for those. And so I think their main focus and what Nina really touches on is just how can we live a quality life even with IBS and know that we have support from others in the community who understand the condition.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I know about the IBS support group, being a patient diagnosed with IBS myself, is that they consider themselves a scientific group. So everything that they post, and if you look on their group, I know they have a lot of resources on their page as well. And everything, like Dr. Chang mentioned earlier, is science-based. And so I know that there's a lot of science that goes into it. So I'm really interested in hearing a little bit more about this support group, which is international and is, I think, the largest IBS support group on Facebook, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think she even touches on how many members they have, which might be over 70,000. So,
Wow. It's so many people suffering with irritable bowel syndrome. It's so fabulous to know that there are resources out there. And so up next, Nina Pan, who is a patient advisory committee member for IFFGD, is going to tell us a little bit about one of the many support groups available to you on social media. And this one is called IBS Support.
Thank you for joining us today at IFFGD's 2021 virtual advocacy event. Today we are focusing on how to find Facebook support groups, and with us is Nina Pan from IBS Support. Thank you for being with us today, Ms. Pan. Can you share a little bit about yourself and your group?
I am an educator, an advocate, and a person with IBS. IBS, I am one of the 14 admins of the IBS International Science-Based Support Group. IBS Support was founded approximately 14 years ago by a young man in the UK with IBS. He specifically wanted to create a science-based support group because historically the vast majority of online IBS support groups have been full of misinformation and quack cures and so on. He realized that it was very difficult for the average person with IBS or concerned family member to sort through what was reputable and statistically likely to be effective and what was not. It began as a very small support group, but with the collaborative efforts of many past and present admins, it has grown tremendously. We currently have 75,000 members and growing all over the world. We have about 1,200 or more posts per month, and we have 14 admins from 6 countries. Okay, 13 of us are adults with IBS ourselves, and 1 is the parent of a teenager with IBS. Several admins also have relevant professional backgrounds. Lee, our founder, is now a medical student. We have a registered nurse. We have several FODMAP trained dietitians. We have research scientists in other fields other than IBS. Although they understand the research process, which is very helpful. We have several educators, health, disability, and IBS advocates. One of our admins who runs a separate FODMAP site also has restaurant background. Those of us who do not have formal scientific credentials have spent years learning from reputable professional resources in the gut-brain disorder community and from our fellow admins. I do want to emphasize that nobody is acting in a health professional capacity or trying to replace anyone's own physician, but we do have collectively the background to run a science-based support group.
That is wonderful. And that is so great that you have such a wide range of administrators on your team with varying backgrounds and varying strengths to really create an all-encompassing group for the IBS patients that you support.
Yes, we work very hard and we tend to work very well together.
That is always great to hear. And it sounds like you all work so wonderfully together with 75,000 members. That is a remarkable reach and impact for the IBS patient community.
It's a challenge, but we do the best we can, and we think we do pretty well.
That is great. Can you tell me, now that you told us about how the group began and the administrators of your organization, can you tell me how you became involved with IBS support?
I became involved approximately 6 years ago. Several years before that, I had established with a few other adults with IBS a grassroots awareness and advocacy site, ibsimpact.com. As a result, I follow many sources in the IBS community, and I was going into IBS support and other groups to share periodically articles or events or resources, and I was noticed. The admin team tends to observe members who seem to know what they're doing as far as and talking about as far as IBS and the science are concerned, and seem to have the temperament to possibly be good admins in the future, should we need them. And one of the existing admins at the time was acquainted with me and so apparently vouched for me. And Lee, the founder, approached me and asked me to join. I told him I would think about it. And about 3 weeks later, he came back and said, well, have you thought about it? And so that was that.
That's a great way to get involved, that they really pay attention to the community and try to draw in wonderful, well-educated and well-established members to become administrators for this group. It shows just all the thought and the care that they put in to IBS support. What is the focus of IBS support?
Like other support groups, one role is to maintain a place where people with IBS and family and friends who support us can gather and exchange information, vent, support each other, and among peers who understand what's going on. We do understand that very often people who do not have IBS in our lives do not understand, even though they try. It is a closed private group, so only members can see posts, not their entire Facebook feeds. However, since it is 75,000 people, it is, of course, advisable to take care sometimes in what one is posting. What makes us different is that we are science-based, okay? We very intentionally science-based and educational. The admins are very active on the board at all times. Since we're in different time zones, we pretty much have coverage around the clock, although we are all volunteers and we all have lives. So that can vary during busy periods. We have many files of information on or frequently asked questions on the diagnosis of IBS, treatment of IBS, research, the FODMAP, gut-directed hypnotherapy, medications, cognitive behavioral therapy, all of the effective treatments that are currently available. And we are there to answer questions, to correct misinformation, to offer high quality links, to redirect people to their physicians if we feel that it's something that the group is not equipped to handle. And also, having been through the ringer ourselves very often as people with IBS or family members of IBS for many years, what we are trying to do is help cut through some of that and direct people to accurate information they can take to their doctors, and also give them the information to empower themselves and to give hope. We want to show them that although there's no quick fix cure, unfortunately, at this time, and IBS can be very difficult, there is a way to go forward, okay, as best we can. We have all been through it. Have had IBS for many years, or have had a child with IBS for many years, which is now or at one time might have been very, very severe in many cases. But as I've said, we do have lives. Most of us are employed or were employed before retiring or are completing education. We have homes, we have families, we have friends. Before the pandemic, we went out, we did things, we had social lives, we had traveled, and so on. And after the pandemic, we hope to do so again. Is it always easy? No, but it is possible. And we just do the best that we can. IBS takes a lot of patience and a lot of responsibility that we don't necessarily always know that we have, but it's the hand that we're dealt. And so we would like to give people that vision of what can be.
That is such an important service that you offer, providing patients with science-based opportunity to talk with other people, and that they know the information in your group is double-checked by your continuous work from the IBS support team to make sure that they are getting the right information, and that you stress the importance of that relationship with their healthcare provider and
Yes,
going there if necessary. Yeah, and taking that information to their healthcare provider. That is so important and certainly unique. And some support groups are not so well monitored. Are there any specific rules that community members must follow to be a part of IBS support?
Yes, we have many rules, which are not all visible before joining because of limited space on Facebook, but are available to all members once they join, and we certainly encourage people to read them when they join, and we frequently post reminders if we see that a particular issue is being a problem lately. I won't go through all of them, but I will say that they kind of fall into 5 different categories. Number one, we are science-based strictly. If people are interested in alternative medicine, that is certainly their right, but there are certainly many other groups for that, and ours is not one of them. Number 2, we are focused on IBS only. Okay, we do realize that many people have other conditions. Many of the admins have other conditions as well, but we want to stay focused. It is a very large group. IBS is a very complex subject, and people's understanding of it varies tremendously. And so we do not want to confuse members with other conditions or have people led in unsafe directions that admins might not have the knowledge to correct appropriately. In those cases, we will direct them to their doctors or support groups for a particular condition or life circumstance that they might be going through. Number 3, safety, which is things. Do not try to diagnose people, do not ask for diagnoses, do not ask people to adjust your dosages, do not ask people to send you medication that might be available in another country and not in yours. We discourage private messaging, unlike a lot of other support groups, because we would like everybody who is reading, whether they choose to participate actively in the discussion or not, to benefit from the information that is posted. And we also want to discourage scammers and supplement vendors and so on, and harassers and so on, and other safety issues. Number 4, we try to be welcoming and accessible to people of all demographic groups all over the world, and family friendly for all ages. We do have some young teenagers in the group, and people from all walks of life. So we try to make the group as welcoming as possible to as many people as possible. And number 4 is just various rules that make it easy for a group of admins, volunteer admins, given the constraints of Facebook, to administer efficiently. So they all fall within those parameters.
They all definitely seem like very important rules to follow for the size of your group and ensuring the consideration of all the members of your group and all the information you want to get across. That definitely
Yes.
seems very, very important and very vital to the success of your unique group.
Yes, people should know that although sometimes people complain about the rules, they are very carefully considered. They are collaboratively developed by all and agreed to by all admins. We try for consistency, and they are generally developed in response to issues that we see come up. So we're not just pulling rules out of thin air for the sake of having rules. But we really are trying to maintain an orderly, focused, science-based, helpful support group for those who are open to our particular kind of support group.
Well, that is great. And one thing that you touched on when you were talking about the community roles was other support groups. And of course, as you said, if it's information that doesn't fall under your category or goes beyond what your intention and focus is of IBS support, you will possibly recommend other groups. Are there any specific groups that you suggest, or is it general, dependent on person to person and their need?
It depends to a certain extent on the person's needs. As far as other IBS support groups are concerned, as I've said, very few of them are science-based. So it's hard to recommend some of them, but some of our other admins are involved in a support group specifically for those following low FODMAP, which is also an international science-based low FODMAP recipe and support group. IBS support doesn't tend to get into recipes because we just have so many other general questions to deal with, and the resources there. Our admins from Australia, admins an evidence-based FODMAP group, low FODMAP Australia. So we would recommend those as well.
Okay, so that is some great recommendations. Like you said, the low FODMAP, and of course, it's great for patients to know who are watching this that if they're a part of your group and want resources beyond, they can reach out to you to find those other groups you may suggest if they do not fall within your focus at IBS support. It's great that it's a community of networking to really support, as the name says, IBS patients and other needs.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for taking your time to share with us about your group, Ms. Pan. And for those who just are joining us, we just chatted with Nina Pan from IBS Support. And if you missed Ms. Pan's talk, you can find hers and others from this event on IFFGD's webpage.
Thank you very much for the opportunity on behalf of all the admins of IBS Support.
Hello and welcome back to IFFGD's 2021 Advocacy event. We hope that you've enjoyed so far our programming and learning a little bit more about how you can find support through social media. This session is specifically about Facebook support groups, and we got an interesting question from the audience, and please keep them coming. Send us some more questions so Haley and I have something to talk about. So the question here is, can you be a part of more than one support group?
So I think that's a good question that someone added there in the chat, and it's just what Austin Chang said in the beginning of this session here. You can definitely be in multiple support groups that's IBS or any disease state specifically. But the key thing is to really see which one of those support groups, if you're wanting to stay in one, are they supporting your goals and what you hope to get out of those support groups. But feel free to join as many support groups as you want. I mean, the more support, the merrier.
Absolutely, absolutely. And remember, when you're a part of these support groups, if you've had a life experience and you want to share, please don't be shy to speak up and answer questions when they're asked. That's what the whole support group is all about. And so it's always great to hear from Nina Pan. She has been in this for so long and really, really stays on top of the science with IBS. That is for sure. Our next speaker, I had the pleasure of meeting actually when I was on a trip. So I was going to a meeting in the state where she lived and reached out and actually was able to sit down with Tara Williams, the president, and Stacy Gruber, the co-founder of the SMAS Research Awareness and Support Group. And SMAS, for those of you who do not know, stands for Superior Mesenteric Artery Syndrome. And this is a compression disorder for those with GI disorders. You have arteries running around your stomach. Yeah. And for those with SMAS and other compression syndromes, you have a compression on your stomach. And so it's often goes undiagnosed. This is a rare disorder, and so many people suffer for a long time. And I learned about SMAS shortly after coming on board with IFFGD. And we had someone in our hometown actually who came down with SMS, and I first heard of it. But I had the pleasure of meeting Tara and Stacy, and we had a nice meeting, and we're able to learn a little bit more about what they do, which is pretty interesting. They sort of go past just typical support groups.
Yeah, and I've had the pleasure of working or collaborating with Tara in the SMA group of the last awareness event, I think was last year. And what I thought was super cool about Tara and her support group is they really want to put a name to or a face to the name of SMAS. And they really want to bring the patient voice first. And knowing that SMAS is so rare, they want those patients to know that they have support in the community and where they can find support. So I'm really excited to hear from Tara and see what their group is all about.
Absolutely. And this is actually a mother-daughter duo, again, talking about not just the patient being the advocate here. Tara is actually the daughter of a woman who has suffered with SMS for a very long time, Stacy Grover, who is an amazing woman, as you will soon find out.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us today at IFFGD's 2021 Virtual Advocacy event. Today we are focusing on how to find Facebook support groups, and with us is Tara Williams and Stacy Gruber from the Superior Mesenteric Artery Syndrome Research Awareness and Support Group. Thank you for being with us today, Ms. Williams and Ms. Gruber. Can you begin by sharing a little bit about your group?
Sure, and thank you so much for having us. This is such an honor, because we are such a small organization. Our Facebook group is just for people with SMAS. We try and keep just more so of a private setting so that they feel like they can share easier and they don't have to worry about physicians maybe being within the group and seeing what they have to say.
Hey, that is great. Can you tell me a little bit about how your SMAS research and support group began?
So my mom was in a car accident in 2011, and throughout the next year and a half, she drastically started losing weight, and she had gone to several specialty hospitals, and we couldn't get a diagnosis. And she kept saying, "You'll find out what's wrong with me when I'm dead," and they do an autopsy. We had an ultrasound tech at her primary care physician who spent countless hours online researching and finally said, "Please go and do one more test. I think I know what this is." So my mom went and had a CT scan done, and the radiologist reported back, she's fine. And we immediately just felt devastated. Like, okay, again, someone's telling us that nothing's wrong. But we were able to ask, did they measure on her CT scan the aortic distance? And they hadn't. So the radiologist was willing enough to go back and look at the scan and finally said, okay, yes, she does have SMAS. And at that point, again, it had been a year and a half from her car accident, and she had lost 85 pounds. And, my dad had a good job, which was amazing. And it allowed us to be able to go to the Mayo Clinic and university hospitals, but there was no information out there. And when we got online, there was misinformation, and we had read a statistic that 1 in 3 people died. And I was in my early 20s and looking at my mom like, I can't lose my mom. She's my best friend. But she was the driving force to kind of keep me going. And okay, we need to do something about this. And so we buckled down, and it took us a long time. It took us, until 2015 to really get the paperwork started to begin the nonprofit. And we did it because,
but why did we start the Facebook group?
Well, we started the Facebook group again because of, we wanted to be in control of the information that was being presented. We didn't want it to get lost within the larger Facebook group that is on there. And it would allow us to kind of have more control, because the larger group wasn't okay with us sharing t-shirt fundraisers and research articles that we found were getting lost in the stream of things, because it is such a big group that just allows everyone. And so that's why we really wanted the smaller group, and we knew that we could also regulate all the misinformation that was out there.
I really believe in research, and so our group is focused on research. And you come to our group and you want to find out, why does a child, or how do you get a child better? You can look for research articles. There's a bunch of research articles about, a child with SMS, and what do you do to get a child better? Or, what is the best surgery for somebody with SMAS? There's, I don't know how many research articles in our group. So, some people don't believe in research. That's all we have as far as, we want to promote research. We want to figure out how to raise funds for research. So that's part of our focus. But in our group, research is at the forefront.
That is such a great and important aspect of your group. And I feel like any type of information patients are getting should be research and fact-based. And that is so wonderful that that is such an important focus to you in your organization. And your story that got you there is so inspiring, how you went through those hardships and you just want to make it a better opportunity to find treatment, to raise awareness for other patients out there now and in the future. And I know you said research is your big focus, and that you also allow posting of different fundraisers and sales as well. Are there any other major focuses and key points for your SMES group that you would like to point out?
Well, we definitely focus on helping the patients. It's something that a lot of other groups, I don't want to say fail at, but it's not their primary focus. So we really truly try to focus on connecting people, and it's like, hey, there's someone else with your condition that's within an hour away. Let's try and get you guys together so that you have closer support and it's not just virtual. Um, it's harder with COVID and everything, but uh, we try to focus on Zoom meetings so that we can kind of meet people face to face that way, and it's not just all behind the keyboard. But we also really try to focus on patient support, whether that's financial or emotional. Both of us give out our personal cell phone numbers, and we tell people, I don't care what time of day it is. If you need me, reach out to me. If I can't help you or my mom can't help you, we have people that can help you. And we really try to emphasize that there is hope and that you're not alone. A lot of families don't understand this syndrome, and they tend to push the SMAS patient aside, and it can be very isolating. So,
Yeah, people, the first thing they think is it's an eating disorder because people lose weight and they don't want to eat. It's painful to eat. And all you hear is just eat, eat. We don't eat because we don't want to. We don't eat because it's painful to eat. And so, families, a lot of times families don't understand that. And it's painful when your family doesn't get it. So
and
sometimes we become people's only family because we understand that it's a thing that you don't eat because you can't eat. You physically can't eat. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say that's really devastating. I sit there and cry with people because they have no one. They're sitting at home isolated because no one gets it.
Their spouses have left, their parents have left, siblings, thinking that it's just for attention. And so, Stacy has become Mama Stacy, and I have people in Australia that feel like family, and so that's one thing that I love about our group is we become family and friends.
Well, we appreciate you as well because we reach out to IFFGD to help find GI doctors who understand and as well, because sometimes a person will go to a GI and my GI was looking on Google or
And talking more about your community and how you try to connect everyone, is there certain specific roles that you have established with your Facebook group?
Yes, especially now that it seems like Facebook is monitoring more of what is said, and we have seen groups being shut down. So in the past few months, we have definitely become a little more restrictive with some of our rules that we have, and that's unfortunate because we really try not to censor our members. The biggest rule that we have is no bullying. We don't put up with it, and unfortunately, it's just the negative side of the cyber world. But the other thing that we have really put an emphasis on is that we are not doctors. And so we cannot be giving out medical advice. We can say things that have worked for us or things that we have tried that didn't work, but we do not allow people to say, you need to stop that treatment. You can't do that. Because, again, that's something that Facebook is also censoring, but we don't want our patients to be liable for someone else doing something that is not beneficial towards them. One of the biggest things that we have had an issue with is positional therapy, where people need to try and be inverted or whatever, and that will cure them. And that's the other thing is we emphasize you can't advertise this as a cure. But we really try and put the disclaimers on there because if someone tries something like positional therapy and they have gastroparesis, it's really detrimental to them and their health. And so we try and avoid that. And then the last big thing that we emphasize is the fact that what is said in the group stays in the group. We have seen that sometimes people go and copy the information, the post or whatever, and they send it to a physician. And that's detrimental to that patient's care and well-being. So we try and monitor that as best as we can. It's hard because, again, it's cyber world and we don't always know who might be doing that. But if we find out who is taking that information and sharing it outside of the group, they are removed. So we do care about our patients' privacy within our group.
That is so great that you put such an emphasis on really all-in-one respecting the patients, respecting each other, and the research and the treatments, and making it a positive sharing platform for everyone. That is definitely so great and so important. And back to another topic we touched on earlier about how you refer people out to groups if it's not a resource you can directly provide. Are there any specific groups or type of groups in general that you tend to refer patients to or could recommend them to?
Yes, so of course the IFFGD is a big one, especially if it's someone that has other comorbid conditions, because I know that IFFGD has a larger network of GI physicians that specialize in these rare disorders. We send or suggest, I guess I should say, people to the Oli Foundation. It is for feeding tubes and supplies and nutrition, and
GPACT.
GPACT is another one, and then Mouse House. That's a foundation
For people with NALS, because that's another vascular syndrome that's shared with SMAS, NALS, and Nutcracker syndrome. So
yeah, and so they have, there's several Nutcracker support groups, but the group that we like the best is the Renal Nutcracker Syndrome Support Group, and that's affiliated with the Mouse House.
I guess that's on there. I think that's it. Sometimes I'll come across something if I find, something that comes along my feed. It's like, oh, this is a really, really good group.
Or even
I share it with the groups and
right. Or even because within our community we do have, little pockets of SMAS groups, and so like if we know that there's a larger community within an area, like here in Texas, we have a separate little Texas support group. And the only thing that we really share in there is if any of us are going to be in another Warriors location, so that we can kind of meet up. And same thing with Australia. And so we do have smaller little pockets within the SMAS groups. But, we always do a disclaimer, like, we're not affiliated with them. So we can't control what's said or done within those groups.
That is so great that you've got such a network on hand that you can easily recommend, and that anyone can come to you for those suggestions to really help, especially as you said, comorbid conditions. A lot of people with SMAS and really all GI conditions often have another condition or more on top of that. And that is such a great thing to have as a resource, to be able to help patients with all of their conditions they may be affected by and symptoms. Well, thank you so much for taking your time to share about your group, the Superior Mesenteric Artery Syndrome Research Awareness and Support Group. For those of you just joining us, we have with us Tara Williams, co-founder and president, and her mother, Stacy Gruber, who's also co-founder of this organization. If you missed this talk or any other talks from IFFGD's 2021 virtual advocacy event, you can find this and others on IFFGD's webpage.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for joining us today for the IFFGD virtual advocacy event for 2021. And we appreciate you being here. This first session, which we just wrapped up, was about finding support groups through Facebook. And on the last break, we had someone ask a question about, can you be a part of more than one? Well, honestly, Haley, you know me, right? I'm a little bit older than you are. Not by much, right, folks? But I don't do a lot of social media. So if I wanted to search for a support group on Facebook or Twitter or somewhere like that, what exactly should I be typing in? Surely it's not as easy as just saying, I'd be a support group. I mean, surely.
Well, actually, for any support groups that you're looking for on Facebook, obviously you want to go to the search engine and type in your disease state. So it might be gastroparesis or IBS or SMAS, and you might want to, after you type in your disease state, just add in support group. That way, whatever groups you are getting, you know that they are support groups. But one thing to kind of keep in mind whenever you are searching, some of these groups may have forms that you have to fill out, just basically to give your background, your history of your disease state, maybe when you were diagnosed, why you might want to join the support group, especially if they're private groups. And for public groups, you can join all of those, as many as you want, as we said before. But just really keep in mind what Austin and some of our other people have said in this first session is, as you're going through and finding these support groups, find ones that connect with you and your goal of what you want to get out of that support group.
Absolutely. And if you have any questions at all of it, as I've mentioned before, and I'm going to try to keep repeating this so you don't forget, our email address for everything related to this program is advocacy@iffgd.org. And feel free to email us at any time. And you know what? If you ever need help at all, IFFGD is here for you. And our general email address is iffgd@iffgd.org. So feel free to reach out. And if you have questions for Haley, especially around social media, she'd be happy to help you with that and to be able to answer any of your questions. So we're getting ready to take a 15-minute break, allow ourselves to stretch our legs, relax a little bit before we shift gears. Not a whole lot, but just a little bit. What are we talking about in our next session?
So in this next session, we'll be talking more about, not Facebooks, but we'll be talking more about your in-person support groups. So things that might be in your local areas or other ways that they're hosting virtual events now since COVID. So that will be our next focus in this next session.
Fantastic. Sometimes it's great to be on social media where you're one of thousands, and sometimes you want a more intimate setting.
Yeah.
So stay with us after the break. We'll be breaking until 3:45. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Carolyn, who, by the way, hand clap to her, who's organized this entire event for us this week. At 3:45, we will be coming back from our break, and we will start a session on in-person and online support groups for people with GI illness. Please join with us then. Thank you. welcome to session 2 of IFFGD's 2021 virtual advocacy event. So this year for our advocacy event, on top of asking you to communicate with your congressional offices and advocate for legislation that makes an impact on people in the gastrointestinal illness community, we're also trying to educate you on some ways that you can find some support and resources for yourself as someone with a gastrointestinal illness or someone who has a loved one with a gastrointestinal illness. And so earlier today, this morning for some of you, early afternoon for the rest of us, you heard a little bit about the social media aspect of support groups. And so now we're going to talk about in-person and online. Years ago, that was the only support groups available. And they were generally done in hospitals or through doctors' offices. Mm-hmm. And now you can find them in many different ways.
Yeah, you can. There's support group for everybody, basically. If you want to be online, do you want a local group to support you? I think that there's definitely a variety of support groups, whatever flavor you want. You know, you can find it. And with the in-person ones, I think what's so cool is that, like you said before break, you get that personal feel and that personal connection with someone who might be in your area with a similar condition as you.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, in this era of the COVID pandemic, what we have found is that almost all the support groups have gone virtual, at least temporarily. Not sure how this is going to impact the future. But we did manage to catch up with a couple of the online and in-person support groups, or groups that have support groups as part of their mission. Yeah. And we're able to sit down and talk with a couple of them. And so we are going to share those interviews with you today. Please remember that this is just a small sample. Just like this morning, there are hundreds, probably thousands of support groups available on social media. We only picked a few that we were familiar with. That doesn't mean that we think that that's where you need to be. And again, you have to find what makes you comfortable. Yeah. A support group doesn't support you if you are not happy attending. And so make sure that you're finding what's right for you and for your personality, for your schedule, for your family, your beliefs, and your culture. But just to give you a flavor of what some support groups might offer, we have 4 that we're going to talk about today. And the first one is just an amazing woman. Tell us a little bit about Lynn.
So, Lynn Wolfson, when she talks in her video, you can definitely tell her passion behind the support group and for people who are living with ostomies. She was diagnosed with Hirschsprung's disease when she was about 4 or 7 years old in her video. And the way that she talks about the support group, building a community of people who support others with ostomies to help you figure out how to live this new life of what it's like living with an ostomy, because it can be very challenging. Mm-hmm. You might have to carry around supplies. You might have to look for a restroom everywhere you go living with an ostomy. And I think with what she explains here in this video of what the support group has to offer for now that she's gone virtual, as well as for some people in her local area.
Absolutely. So we first learned about Lynn through the Digestive Disease National Coalition, and have heard her speak several times, and really is someone who's very passionate and provides such a service in Florida. So please, I hope you enjoy hearing from Miss Lynn Wolfson about support for those of you who may have an ostomy.
Okay, thank you for joining us today for IFFGD's 2021 virtual advocacy event. Today, we are focusing on how to find in-person and online support groups. And with us is Lynn Wolfson from the South Florida Ostomy and Tube Feeding HPN Support Group. Thank you for being with us today, Ms. Wolfson. And can you please share a little bit about yourself and your organization?
Sure. Hello, members of the International Foundation of Gastrointestinal Disorders. First, I would like to thank Cecile Rucker for this invitation to speak before your group. I feel very honored to be chosen. My name is Lynn Wolfson, and I was born with Hirschsprung's disease in New Jersey in 1959. At that time, little was known about Hirschsprung's disease. Hirschsprung's disease is when the ganglion cells do not fully develop throughout the digestive tract. leaving parts of the digestive tract without these critical nerve cells which enable motility. The consequences are severe constipation, dysmotility, obstructions, malabsorption of minerals and vitamins, malnutrition, and lots of pain. It was thought that only boys or those born with Down syndrome could have Hirschsprung's disease. Consequently, I was not diagnosed until I was 4 years old, when the results of my full rectal thickness biopsy showed the complete lack of ganglion cells. However, the doctors could not believe it, so it was not until I became severely impacted in need of surgery at age 7 that it was confirmed and my surgeries began. Needless to say, this was at a time when there were no computers and my parents did not have peers to share information. Once I became an adult, I found it difficult to find medical professionals who understood my disease, as Hirschsprung's disease is considered a pediatric disease that is cured with surgery as a child. Unfortunately, this is not true, as there is no cure for Hirschsprung's disease. So those who survive to adulthood have a difficult time finding medical support. In August 2011, I was put on total parental nutrition, TPN. This was totally new to me, and I was very upset by it, not knowing anyone who ever heard of it, let alone had experience with it. In an effort to find information, I called NIH and the CDC. I was referred to the Association of Gastrointestinal Motility Disorders, AGMD, out of Lexington, Massachusetts. I got in touch with them and flew there for their annual meeting. This was my first time being involved with any kind of support group, and I was not sure if this was the right direction to go. However, I was desperate for information. Well, it was the best decision I ever made. I met another woman, Anne, who also had a son with Hirschsprung's disease. We became Facebook friends. It was through her that she invited me to the Digestive Disease National Coalition, the DDNC, in Washington, D.C., a few months later. I started advocating on Capitol Hill for bills which are on the table in the House and the Senate with the DDNC. In addition, Anne suggested that I join the Oli Foundation. I also went further and joined my local ostomy support group, an affiliate of the United Ostomy Associations of America. I started attending the national conferences for all of these organizations and learning new ideas and meeting people who understood my situation. 3 years ago, I decided to create a support group for people with ostomies and/or enteral or parental feeds. I felt the need for ostomates and feeders were similar insofar as social, psychological, and emotional needs. We are all concerned about having extra supplies on us, where the closest bathroom is, where the closest hospital is, being accepted in a relationship, traveling, exercising, diet, and advocating for ourselves. In addition, some ostomates may encounter parental or enteral feeding at some point in their lives, as well as many feeders may have an ostomy sometime in their lives. So I created the South Florida Ostomy and Tube Feeding /HPN support group. This is the only group of its kind in the USA. It is supported both by the United Ostomy Associations of America and the Oli Foundation. The support group meets the third Tuesday of every month on Zoom at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Each month, there is a speaker on a different topic. In December, we had a renowned dietitian who actually created a formula in her name. In January, we had a comedy team where both comedians had ostomies. In February, we focused on love and relationships. Other topics include exercising, traveling, swimming, and showering, managing pains without opioids, and advocating for yourself in the medical world. The South Florida Ostomy and Tube Feeding /HPN support group originally started as a local support group. However, with COVID, it has become international using Zoom as its platform. The Zoom links for each meeting may be found on Facebook at the South Florida Ostomy and Tube Feeding /HPN support group. You can also email me at lewolf1815@aol.com. to put your name on the monthly email notification list. I look forward to seeing you at our next Zoom meeting and helping you to learn to live life to the fullest despite your chronic digestive disease. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for sharing all that. You had some wonderful points there about the many ways people can get involved with your group and the many topics that you cover. It is wonderful that you have such a great, beneficial, unique organization for patients, and your story to get there is very inspiring. And you cover that there's so many different topics that are covered. Do you have any upcoming ones in 2021 you have planned? Or do you tend to cover topics again with new material?
And the 10 main topics are dieting, advocating for yourself, dressing to look and feel good, feeling good about my new body, traveling, exercising, dieting, and if I can find comedians or anybody that's famous, that's interesting. I had Ralph Bernischke speak. I've had Brenda Elsinger, who's also an author of many ostomy books, speak. So those are mainly my topics.
Okay, that is wonderful, especially that you try to make them engaging and fun, and they cover so many different topics that are important to the community. I mean, you shared that they are all on Zoom. Have these previously been in person, or do they plan to be in the future? Or is this a strictly online platform?
In the past, we met at a local pizzeria, and we have a sponsor who would pick up the tab. And I would really just have local professionals come in, and the group that met really was pretty small. It was like 8 to 12 people. But then when we had to convert to Zoom, the group has expanded, and we're getting between 30 and 50 people now, each meeting internationally.
Oh, that is wonderful. That is great how much it's been able to grow.
Back to the in-person meetings, because this is it's just blossomed on Zoom, and it gives access to so many more people.
That is wonderful that it's now so accessible for people all over the world that need your organization's help. That is wonderful. These support groups are so important, and especially in this challenging time that we've been through in this past year. And you did share information about how we can get in touch with your group, and we'll have a slide at the end of this video sharing how to find her on email and Facebook and online, like Ms. Wolfson has shared. So thank you so much for your time to share with us about your group, Ms. Wolfson. And for those of you just joining us for this video, we are talking with Lynn Wolfson from the South Florida Ostomy and Tube Feeding HPN Support Group. And if you missed Ms. Wolfson's talk, you can find hers and others from this event on IFFGD's webpage. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome back to the IFFGD 2021 Virtual Advocacy Event. And so first, I have to apologize. In our introduction of our last speaker, we talked about the South Florida Ostomy Support Group, and that is incorrect. It is actually the South Florida Ostomy and Tube Feeding HPN Support Group. And that's a big distinction, because while many people do have ostomies, there are also a lot of people that are on tube feeding and need parental or nutritional support. And so this group also does help people with that. And I'm sure you learned all about that when you watched the video, but I did want to apologize to Ms. Wolfson for incorrectly introducing her talk, which was really interesting.
Yeah.
And how they're able to support so many people.
Yeah, and I think the reason why of clarifying the name is because she's one of the only support groups that supports both patient groups in South Florida. So definitely want to make sure that is correct. And just knowing Lynn Wolfson, she's so giving. I mean, just the personal story here that we were shared with, she took money out of her own pockets to be able to support people who needed medical equipment. And, you know, who wouldn't want to have someone like that running a support group in South Florida to help support everyone?
Right. Someone who knows is just doing things for the right reason and just has a great heart. She really is. Fantastic lady. And for those of you who not only have ostomy but also may have nutritional support needs and are on tube feeding, she's a great resource. And please reach out to us at IFFGD if you need information, or reach out to Miss Wilson herself. So next we're going to talk about irritable bowel syndrome again. So there are many people, millions across the world with irritable bowel syndrome, like myself and one of my daughters. And so there's a lot of different support groups out there. We heard from one social media support group for IBS in the first session, and now we're going to talk about one of the in-person and virtual support groups that are available for people with irritable bowel syndrome.
Yeah, but what's so cool about this one's in the UK, so not something that is the US, it's a UK support group that has now gone virtual and has been able to touch other people who are living with IBS.
Absolutely. And so the IBS Network, it's a charity in the United Kingdom, and the people over there have been doing in-person support groups forever.
Years, yeah.
They have got it down to a science. It's very regimented. They know how to train people. They know how to move and expand the support groups. They've done a really amazing job with that. Thrilled to see that during this COVID era, they've been able to go virtual and be able to spread those services around. So our next interview is with Allison Reed, and she is actually the CEO of the IBS Network, and she'll be sharing with us a little bit about that organization and the services that they provide.
Hi, thank you for joining us today at IFFGD's virtual advocacy event. Today we are focusing on in-person and online support groups, and with us is Allison Reed, the Chief Executive Officer of the IBS Network. Thank you for being with us today, Ms. Reed.
Well, thank you for asking me.
Yes. So let's start with a little about how the IBS Network began.
So the charity was started some 30 years ago by two patients who, having received their IBS diagnosis, found there was just no ongoing support or advice for them. So the charity's network grew, and the patients asked their former gastro consultant to chair the charity. Nick Reed, who's no relation to me, was at that time was Professor of Gastroenterology and Human Nutrition at the University of Sheffield. And Nick continued as chair of the charity for some 20 odd years and retired a few years ago. Now, whilst much has changed during this time, we still talk to people whose GPs have told them, just find out what your triggers are and avoid them and you'll be fine. And we all know that IBS is not as simple as that. So we estimate there's around about 12 million people in the UK with IBS. So we've still got a lot for the charity to do.
Yeah. And what are some of the main focuses of the IBS Network?
Well, the main focus is obviously supporting people with IBS to learn to manage the condition as best they can as well. And we talk to people all the time who feel very isolated about their IBS. In the UK, we're really reticent about discussing and sharing with other people about the condition, and that causes feelings of isolation. So that's a primary focus. The secondary focus is on working with healthcare professionals and being able to provide accurate and timely information for them so that they can better support their patients. So that's talking to pharmacists, to GPs, and a whole range of other healthcare professionals.
Yeah, nice. Who should consider attending your support groups and meetings?
Well, obviously, at present, we don't have any support groups running face-to-face in the UK with lockdown. Many of our support group leaders are not digital natives, so we've just got a few running online. So we are hoping to start those off when we're out of lockdown in the coming months. And in terms of who should attend, anybody with IBS who actually wants to get a bit of help and support. As I said, people with IBS always report that they feel isolated. This is an opportunity for people to talk to people who truly understand what they're going through, and they don't have to give a bit of a backstory and explain how they're feeling, because people instantly will understand what they're going through. So we would encourage anybody to reach out to the IBS network, and we've got a small number of support groups, and we are working very hard to make sure that there are support groups in every town and city in the UK. We've got a way to go. This lockdown period over the last year has shown us how we can use the digitisation sort of programmes to help people in that way. And we are working on looking at how we can better utilise digital programmes to do that.
Yeah, that's so great. It's such an important resource to people right now with everything that even the whole world is just going through. And what are there like typical topics that are covered, or just kind of people sharing their stories at a typical meeting?
Yeah, I think topics will really, depend on who's actually at the meeting. Some groups will report that they have maybe 60 people on their list of people who have attended, but any 1 week or month there might be 3 people or 10 people. So it rather depends on the mix of those attending. The support group leader will often have an idea of the agenda, but again, like I said, it's flexible depending on who actually arrives and what direction the discussion goes in. We always advise leaders to have a topic prepared for discussion to help get the meeting started, to help people relax. Also, sometimes, though, the groups, we invite specialists along to speak. So we might have, for instance, a specialist dietitian, and that always proves very popular, really. So that, because the question that most people are asking is, what can I eat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And if someone wants to get in touch with your groups or the IBS network, how can they do that?
Yeah, so we're the UK charity supporting people with IBS, as you know, but we have members all over the world. So we welcome anybody, online members, and they can get further information from us at www.theibsnetwork.org, and further contact details. They'll find everything they need there.
Yeah, that's so great. Well, thank you again for taking your time to share with us and our viewers about the in-person and online support groups that the IBS Network provides. For those of you just joining us, we chatted with Allison Reed, the Chief Executive Officer of the IBS Network. And if you missed Miss Reed's talk, you can find hers and others from this event on the IFFGD webpage. And thank you again for joining us today, Miss Reed.
Thank you very much. Lovely to talk to you. Bye for now.
Bye.
Hi, thank you, and welcome back to the IFFGD 2021 Virtual Advocacy event. Today, during this half-day program, we're talking about ways that you, as a patient or someone suffering with a gastrointestinal illness or the loved one of someone who is, can find support in various ways. We talked earlier this morning about support groups through social media, and in this session, we're talking about support groups that are either online on the World Wide Web, or maybe even in person. And so we just talked to Miss Allison from the IBS Network, who is based in the UK. And it's great to see all the wonderful things that they are doing over there in the UK, and the fact that they've gone virtual. Next, we're going to talk with really great organization. Miss Mary Angela De Grazia De Tucci is the president and founder of the Association of Gastrointestinal Motility Disorders. And she is just absolutely one of the sweetest people I know.
Yeah, and just to note, their organization actually started 30 years ago as well. So they're celebrating their anniversary along with IFFGD.
Happy birthday to both of us.
Yes. So I think with this support group, it's so cool just to kind of hear how she explains their mission and the things that they do to support people with motility disorders. It really does go along with also IFFGD's mission, you know, just making sure people have educational information that's reliable, credible, while also having other programs to keep patients engaged so that they can learn about some of the new research topics that are out there. So I'm really excited to hear from her today too.
Absolutely. You know, it's interesting. So we interviewed Miss Mary Angela for this program. The very first interview that I had as president of IFFGD was actually with her organization.
Oh, wow.
So it's really exciting to see things go full circle. Really exciting that we're both celebrating our 30th anniversary this year. And for those of you who may have missed that little memo earlier, IFFGD was founded in 1991. That makes us 30 years old this year, and we're really, really excited about the legacy of the Nancy and Bill Norton and all that they have done for all of us in the GI illness community and all the wonderful things that we hope to do over the next 30 years. Thank you for tuning in for this program. Thank you for all the support that you give to us as an organization. Please be sure to follow us on social media and stay in touch with us, because Haley's got some really exciting things this year that she's got going on in social media to talk about the history of IFFGD. So, but first, let's finish our program and let's hear from Miss Mary Angela. She is absolutely one of the sweetest people I know.
Yes, can't wait to hear from her in this next video.
Hello, and thank you for joining us today at IFFGD's 2021 Virtual Advocacy event. Today, we are focusing on how to find in-person and online support groups. And with us today is Mary Angela DeGrazia DiTucci, a patient, president, and founder of the Association of Gastrointestinal Motility Disorders. Thank you for being with us today, Ms. DeGrazia DiTucci.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Really appreciate everything that you do.
Absolutely, and we appreciate your organization as well. It's such a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
And can you start by sharing a little bit about yourself and your organization?
I sure can. So I'm a longtime patient with multiple digestive motility disorders, including chronic idiopathic intestinal pseudoobstruction, gastroparesis, achalasia, diffuse esophageal spasm, reflux, and a host of other medical problems. So in 1991, I was privileged to start the Association of Gastrointestinal Motility Disorders, also known as AGMD. And this year marks our 30th year of service.
That is very exciting. It's IFFGD's 30th as well.
I know. I remember when we started because I met Nancy Norton at the very beginning. We were exhibiting at one of the programs before, and that's how we met.
That is so wonderful. Two important organizations beginning at the same time and knowing each other from the beginning.
Yes. Both have grown considerably since its roots, for sure. The organization serves as an integral educational resource for GI motility diseases and disorders. It also functions as an important clearinghouse for members of the medical, scientific, and nutritional communities. And it also provides a forum of support for patients and their families impacted by GI motility disorders. That's our mission. And again, it's been such an honor to be able to serve in this capacity for all these years.
Thank you so much for giving us that great introduction. And could you also let us know how often your organization holds meetings?
Typically, we meet every month with some program. We offer a lot of virtual programs. And so this year is no exception. We've been doing that for quite a while. So with the COVID virus, we just went right into the flow of it. And so it's typically every month we have some program that is scheduled. And the programs, we have patient support groups that are online. We had an in-person Massachusetts group, but that has gone virtual. We have medical experts that talk about specific motility disorders. We have nutritionists who talk about the dietetic part of the motility patient and what options they have. We have interviews that we have with inspiring patients and their family members. And we have discussions. We have a Let's Talk series where we discuss any topic that is related to living and coping with motility disorders. And that's open to patients as well as families. And I must say, with all these programs, not only are patients and family members welcome, but we have members in the medical community that hop on and listen, other nonprofits, other dietitians, and anyone who's really interested in digestive motility disorders. They're all welcome. And we have patients and family members and medical who are on this program from around the world. So we've had people from Egypt, Africa, India. So it's been very exciting and very productive. We also have an AGMD Beacon of Hope e-magazine, and that magazine is a compilation of articles by medical and nutritional professionals, as well as patients and their family members and other healthcare workers. And it really, the reason why I say it's a compilation, because it consists of poetry that patients and family members have written, stories, the interviews, their own experiences expressed. It's a vital tool, and it makes patients feel not only that they're learning, but that they're not so much alone.
That was wonderful. It's great that you have such a wide variety of resources and support available for patients, and as you said, not just patients, the medical community and beyond. So as far as who should consider attending your meetings, it sounds like really anyone who has been impacted by or is interested in learning more about gastrointestinal and motility disorders.
That's absolutely correct. And we've had many people who are just curious who come on, and then there are some people who have a relative or a friend or a coworker, and that person, the patient, may not be ready to take that step to hear more. And so they have these people who come on and try to learn as much as they can and encourage whoever is the patient to come on board and learn and know that this is a very safe and comfortable environment to talk.
Great. Thank you for giving us that information. It's so great to know that it's such an open and accepting and accessible resource for really anyone who may feel the need to reach out and take advantage of that wonderful resource that your organization provides. You touched on it a little bit, but can you also share some information on what topics you typically cover during the meetings to help give community members an idea of what they can expect?
Sure. So sometimes we have meetings that are dedicated to specific motility disorders, such as chronic idiopathic intestinal pseudoobstruction, or just chronic intestinal pseudoobstruction, or esophageal problems, or gastroparesis. Others, we have coping. How do you cope with this? How to help others understand? How do you understand? How to have hope when all of this is going on? How to integrate your motility disorder into your life? How to find purpose? Navigating the medical system, finding experts, how to accurately describe your symptoms, helping others understand, mourning the losses, and those who are newly diagnosed. Those are just some of the topics, but they go on and on, from self-esteem to building confidence. It's a very broad list, to say the least.
That is great that it is such a broad list. and that you create such a large array of topics and opportunities for people to learn and to connect with each other and really understand these diseases more, like you said, either from the patient perspective or from family, physician, or other caregiver type of role. So it's great to know that you have such variety and that people can tune in or see what upcoming meetings you have to really figure out what will best suit their needs or their interests.
Where we see a need, we try to produce something, whether it's educational materials or programs or special events that will address those particular needs. And it's a privilege to do that. I have to say that every day is such a privilege and an honor to serve everybody in need.
That is wonderful, and it really has such a great impact on our community and everyone who is affected by gastrointestinal motility disorders and beyond. How can someone who's interested in these support groups get in touch with your organization?
There are various ways. You can visit our website at www.agmdhope.org. And we have a join button on there where you can join our organization. It's free. And that way there you get all the announcements and you get the e-magazine that comes out. Along with that, we have, you can reach us by phone, obviously, 781-275-1300. We can also have emails sent to us, so you can send directly to me, which is Mary Angela at agmdhope.org, or info@gimotility-agmd.org. And like so many other organizations, we are on social media. So we're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and also we have an AGMD Inspire community site online. And we also provide one-on-one support. So if somebody needs to talk, whether it's a patient or family member, feel free to reach out and we will get back to you on that.
Thank you so much. It's great to see that there's so many ways for the community to contact you. And we will follow this presentation with a slide with some of that information to make it easier if you would like to reach out to AGMD to learn about anything more about their resources or sign up for support groups. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you taking your time to share with us about your group, Ms. DeGrazia DeTucci. And for anyone who's just joining us, we just talked with Mary Angela DeGrazia DeTucci from the Association of Gastrointestinal Motility Disorders. If you missed this talk, you can find hers and others from this event at IFFGD.org.
Thank you again.
Hello and welcome back to IFFGD's 2020 virtual advocacy event. Thank you so much for joining us today as we talk about support for people with gastrointestinal illness. You just heard from Miss Mary Angela DeGrazia DeTucci from the Association of Gastrointestinal Motility Disorders, or AMGED. She has been around for 30 years, like IFFGD, and we hope that you enjoyed hearing from her and the services that her organization offers to those with motility disorders. Our very last speaker for this session is one on cyclic vomiting syndrome. You want to tell us more about that, Miss Haley?
Yeah, I really like this presentation. I mean, I've liked all of them. I feel like I've said that so many times with them. But for this one, it was founded basically because a mother was looking for information because her daughter had not been diagnosed yet with CVS, cyclic vomiting syndrome. And I think all of us here today who are tuning in, and us here with IFFGD, we understand just how much that can really take on a parent, knowing that your child is suffering and you can't find anything, no resources, no support group. So just knowing that that's how this organization was founded, basically to supply information and resources to the cyclic vomiting syndrome community and support. I think that is really cool, and to hear from her today, I can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a wonderful resource for those with cyclic vomiting, and we hope you enjoy this session.
Thank you for joining us today for IFFGD's 2021 virtual advocacy event. Today we are focusing on how to find in-person and online support groups, and with us is Debbie Conklin, Program Director at the Cyclic Vomiting Syndrome Association. Thank you for being with us today, Ms. Conklin, and can you share a little bit about yourself and your group?
Sure. Thank you for having us, or me, I should say. My name is Debbie Conklin, as you said. I have been the program director for CVSA for about 4.5 years, but involved with CVSA in many other roles for about 15 years. CVSA was formed after our president emerita, Kathleen Adams, she was searching for a diagnosis for her daughter and couldn't find one. So after about 11 years, she finally got a diagnosis. And this propelled Kathleen to find more families like hers that were searching for answers and support in their CVS journey. In the beginning, there were 7 families that had a CVS patient. They met and decided to start the process of applying for nonprofit status that was granted in 1993.
Thank you so much. How often does your group hold support meetings, and what is the avenue that these support meetings are done through? Are they entirely online or in person?
So currently we don't have anything in person. We have a Zoom support call once a month. It's on the second Monday of each month.
Okay, thank you. And who should consider attending these meetings?
Anyone who is affected by CVS should attend. Typically we have caregivers, we have adult patients, but really anyone that is affected by CVS can attend.
That's great. That's wonderful to know that you can accommodate anyone in these support meetings that are affected by cyclic vomiting. And in these meetings, what topics do you typically cover?
The support calls typically cover pretty much any topics that people want to discuss. The moderator usually starts out by asking if there's anything specific that people want to cover and then go from there. The biggest benefit from our support call seems to be that people are able to connect and realize that they're not alone in their CVS journey.
Okay, that is so great to know that each call is tailored to who's on the call. And that's so important that you are encompassing for everyone who can and wants to be involved and really get that support.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes we only have a couple people, and sometimes, there's quite a few more. So it really just depends on who ends up calling in.
That is great. That's such a great impact for the patient and caregiver and really community as a whole, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
And how can someone get in touch with your group to start attending these meetings or even just to ask questions and inquire about them?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have the email address, which is cvsa@cvsaonline.org. We also, people can call 414-342-7880. And we also have a lot of information on our website, which is just cvsaonline.org.
Okay, that is great. Thank you so much for all that information. It's wonderful that you have many avenues for people to connect with your group by.
Yeah, absolutely. We have social media platforms as well, of course, but the direct contact is through the office.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us about your group, Ms. Conklin. And for those of you who are just joining us, we just chatted with Ms. Conklin from the Cyclic Vomiting Syndrome Association. And if you missed her talk, you can find hers and others from this event on IFFGD's webpage.
Hi, and welcome back to IFFGD's 2021 virtual advocacy event. Thank you for joining with us today. We just completed our second session on online and virtual support groups for people with GI illness. This has been a great day so far. We've learned a lot about support groups.
Yeah, we've learned a lot about support groups on social media and in-person support groups. So whatever it is that you're looking for in those support groups, are you looking to just join a group online to have other people that you can just connect with virtually, or are you looking for more of an intimate connection to know that you have someone local who's suffering from a similar condition that you can kind of connect with? I think that's what's so cool about these first 2 sessions is whatever works for you and whatever support group is best for you.
Absolutely. And remembering that no one support group fits all, and I've said that before, and that everyone's illness experience is different.
Yes.
And no one can tell you what's right or wrong for you. Only you know that. And so go out there and try to find these the right support for you, whatever that may look like. And if you have questions or you need some help, contact us. You can reach us at IFFGD@IFFGD.org or at Advocacy@IFFGD.org. We may not have all of the answers, but we will definitely try to find them for you, and we will try to connect you with those who might be able to assist you. So we are getting ready to take another break. So we're going to do about a 15-minute break. We're going to come back at 4:45 p.m. for our last session, which is going to steer away from support groups, but talk about support services. And these are things that you may not think about that you may need as a patient. And some of these services actually go beyond just GI illness. So stay tuned and come back at 4:45 and learn a little bit more about some of these support services that you can take advantage of here during your illness experience. Hello, and welcome back to IFFGD's 2021 Virtual Advocacy event. My name is Cecile Rooker. I'm the President and Executive Director for the International Foundation for Gastrointestinal Disorders, or IFFGD. With me for this last and final session of today is Marissa Lombardi. Marissa. Oh my God, I apologize. Marissa Lombardi, who is the Program Coordinator for IFFGD. She also is, as many of you know, sort of the brains around our advocacy program here and has been very involved in the programming for this year's event. Thank you for joining with us today, Marissa.
Thank you so much. It's so great to be here and be able to watch all of these wonderful videos to learn more about the many resources that are available out there for patients.
Absolutely. And so today, as you may have noticed, we are talking about ways that you can find support for yourself or for someone that you love with a gastrointestinal illness. This is part of our program all week on advocacy. And yes, in case you're wondering if you didn't know what advocacy meant, yes, advocacy is going on the Hill. It's talking to your congressional offices, and tomorrow you're going to hear from Marissa and I a lot about that. So tomorrow night's program is going to be about advocacy, learning to advocate with your congressional offices. But today's program is talking about resources, and you advocate for yourself by finding these kind of resources. Earlier, Haley McCorkle and I hosted, live from Charleston, quite a few talks about support groups, both online, in person, and on social media. This last session of the day are sort of what I call the great surprises. You know, some of the support services that you wouldn't imagine.
Yes, absolutely. There's certainly some unique support organizations that we're going to hear from here in this next session, and there's some stuff that is absolutely crucial to getting your care to everyday needs, but it's not something that you always think of. It's something that's often overlooked because you think of the traditional support groups, the traditional medical care needs. So it's great to make people so aware that there's many options out there, and there's many more beyond what we discussed today, but we're trying to touch on a great variety of some of those additional resources.
Absolutely. And one of the first one on the list is the one that so many people are just not aware of, and that is the Air Care Alliance. I remember when they first reached out to IFFGD wanting us to let people know about their services, and you actually spoke to them. That was a year ago that you had your first conversation with them.
And it was so wonderful to learn about the resources they have, just making sure that people are able to get to the care they need, get to surgeries. And of course, what's going to be discussed in the video is none of this is emergent type care. It's nothing for an emergency, but it's to help people get where they need, whether it's through private airlines or through commercial air travel, to be able to get to necessary services. So if you're living in a more rural area and you really have a specific condition that needs a center of excellence or medical hospital states away or hours away, and you aren't able to drive for that, they can help transport you to those services. And it's truly amazing that this is out there, and we really are so excited to let people know that this is a resource they can reach out to and really be able to benefit from.
Absolutely. And since we have so many patients contact us every day looking for physicians, and it's something we are always happy to help people and try to connect you with experts in your disease state, especially if you have one of those rare diseases, or maybe you're just suffering from symptoms and you don't know where to go next. Sometimes it's very difficult for us to match a patient with someone right there really close to them in their hometown. And so once we learned about the Air Care Alliance, it really helps us to feel more confident and comfortable to be able to help people maybe connect with physicians that are further away. So in our next presentation, Christina Luke, who is the Executive Director of the Air Care Alliance, is going to tell us a little bit more about the services that they provide, who is eligible, and how you can make contact with their organization.
Hi, thank you for joining us today at IFFGD's 2021 Virtual Advocacy event. Today we are educating patients and caregivers on the resources Air Care Alliance provides. And with us is Christina Luke, the Executive Director of Air Care Alliance. Thank you for being with us today, Ms. Luke.
Hi, thanks so much for having us.
So we're just going to start by telling us a little about your organization and your focus, mission.
Sure. So the Air Care Alliance represents a network of charitable aviation organizations all throughout the country. And many of these organizations actually arrange free air transportation for patients who need to travel for medical care. So, a lot of times somebody's suffering from something that's a rare illness or that a specialist is only available in a certain part of the country. And the question becomes, how do I get there? And these organizations are the answer to that. And they help them for free get where they need to go. But there's a lot of different organizations. They each service a different regional area. And it can sometimes be a little difficult to know, who do I call? Which organization can help me? And so Air Care Alliance acts as a starting point. A person can come to our website and be able to be connected directly with an organization that's qualified and in their area and able to serve them and help them get where they need to go.
Great. So yeah, that kind of goes over the next question, just the different resources. So you say you provide helping people navigate how to find someone that can take them or specialty. Is there anything else that you do for people that you can do for patients?
I think making that connection point is the biggest resource that we can provide to kind of prevent somebody from having to call multiple organizations and go through multiple intakes just to find out, we don't fly in your area or you don't meet our criteria for one reason or another. Being able to start and know that you'll be connected with somebody who is going to get back to you and going to be able to help you is a real relief for a lot of people who are navigating this, travel and that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. You guys are specialists in it and able to help them.
Right.
So what's something that makes someone qualify for the resources?
Sure. So sometimes people think that this is like air ambulance transportation. It's not that. There's no medical staff or equipment. So passengers do need to be ambulatory, able to get in and out of an aircraft on their own, or with little assistance. And in most cases, they are able to travel with a companion. They do need to be medically stable, not needing care during flight. And most organizations will ask that they provide a medical release from their physician, just stating that they're able to fly, unassisted in a small aircraft, and that there's a reason for them to travel where they need to go. The other qualification that many organizations have is that there's some sort of financial or compelling need. And that's because these flights are 100% free. And the reason that they're free is because the pilots themselves are actually covering the cost of the flight. They're flying their own aircraft, they're donating the cost of the fuel and their time and their skills. And that can be about $1,000 out of pocket for them for every flight. And so there's just some level of, we want to make sure that somebody actually needs the flight in place.
Yeah. Are people that can take it, are they able to take anyone with them? And they at times, or is it just them?
Yeah, usually they're allowed to travel with one companion. Sometimes there might be a need for more than one. Like if it's a child that needs to travel, maybe both parents need to go for some reason. But usually one companion is allowed to travel.
Great. And how can someone connect with a public benefit flying organization?
Sure. So they should go to our website, aircarealliance.org. The first thing you'll see is, get help, a form that they can fill out. They'll put in some information about where they're traveling from and going to, and then we'll use that to find somebody who can help them and connect them directly.
Great. Well, that's great. Is there anything else that you think is important for patients to know about y'all or anything?
Well, I think it's just important for patients to know that this is out there and that it exists. And, don't settle for sub care where you live because the thing that you need isn't there or available to you. Free transportation is out there. There are people willing to do it and happy to do it. There's no limit to the amount that you can travel. So, some people need to make repeated trips. And that's okay. And help is out there.
Yeah, that is awesome. Yeah, I really did not know anything about it.
Yeah, many people don't. Many people don't. And they should. It's not something insurance covers. It's not, it can be If you're immune compromised, especially these days, flying commercially might not be an option for you. So this is definitely a solution to that.
Yeah, that's great. So yeah, thank you for taking time to share with us and our viewers about everything the Air Care Alliance provides. For those of you that are just joining us, we just chatted with Christina Luke, the Executive Director of Air Care Alliance. If you missed Miss Luke's talk, you can find hers and others at the from this event on IFFGD webpage. And thank you again for joining us, Miss Luke. We really, this is going to be great information for all of our viewers to know about and share.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to IFFGD's 2021 virtual advocacy event. Thank you for joining us today as we talk about support services for people with gastrointestinal illness. Just now you heard from Christina Luke with the Air Care Alliance, and it's really interesting all the things that they do and the different types of services that they can give for different reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. It is so great. And it's, I know we touched on it earlier in the video, and it's important to make sure people know that this isn't a resource good for like emergency type situations, but let's say you're somewhere out in the Midwest and you really need a good GI motility doctor and there's not one near you. You can travel states away if you are able to connect with this organization. And this organization is comprised of smaller little airlines that are regional. And the Air Care Alliance is just so great because it's that really hub for them. That if you reach out to Air Care Alliance, that they can connect you with the proper smaller organization to get you where you need to go for your appointments. And it's so great also that patients can use it more than once.
Absolutely. And you know what's really heartwarming is that so many of these pilots are flying their own personal planes and they're doing it free of charge just to help others. And so that's just so fantastic, people looking out for others, especially right now during COVID when it's really difficult for some people to take commercial air travel. So great service that they provide. And next we're going to talk about another very cool service. And especially during this time of COVID, during quarantine when we weren't really able to leave our houses very often. I know a lot of states have eased up on those regulations now. But the National Celiac Association, we talked to them actually a couple years ago, and we've collaborated when we can. But I remember Carla Carter talking to me, and she is the Director of Outreach and Programming at the National Celiac Association about a service of helping people to find foods if they have celiac disease. And I really thought that was pretty cool.
Absolutely. And I know myself personally, I understand the limitations that gluten-free foods can have on you, just particularly because of the cost and the availability. And it's become more available, but the cost is still such a major deterrent for people. I was placed on a gluten-free diet for a number of years, which included my time in college. So that, of course, made the cost of gluten-free foods a little bit more challenging. But I was still always able to make them available to myself. But a really interesting thing that they'll tell you more about is not only do they help people get those gluten-free food resources, but help fully educate people on finding the gluten-free foods that aren't those bread substitutes, helping you naturally eat gluten-free, the fruits, vegetables, and the other grains that don't have gluten in them. So it's super exciting to know that this organization is out there, and what you'll hear from Carla is that it's been growing even more so with COVID, especially with just more reasons that people are having different food insecurities, whether it's for just gluten-free foods or just food in general, that they are able to provide such a great wide resource for those people who need gluten-free food.
Absolutely. And I remember years ago when my daughter was in elementary school, one of our good friends was diagnosed with celiac. And as a mother, her friend and I used to have conversations. I used to bake his birthday cakes because they had to be gluten-free. And it's very difficult as a parent to try to figure out how to care for your family when something brand new is thrust on your plate and there's so much that you're dealing with already. It's so wonderful to know that you can call a resource or go online and you can learn something new and have support in those areas. And that's not necessarily just support groups, but actually real support of being able to just really hand you food that says this will feed your son tonight. So that is really, really cool. And you're going to learn a lot more about them from Carla. This is the National Celiac Association, and they do many things, but they're going to tell us a little bit more about sort of their food pantry and their education programs.
Thank you for joining us today at IFFGD's virtual advocacy event. Today, we are educating patients and caregivers on the Feeding Gluten-Free program provided by the National Celiac Association. And with us is Carla Carter, the Director of Outreach and Programming of the National Celiac Association. Thank you for being with us today, Ms. Carter.
Thank you so much for having me and for representing National Celiac Association.
Yeah. So can you just tell us a little bit about National Celiac Association and its focus on the gluten-free, Feeding Gluten-Free program?
Absolutely. Yeah, so the National Celiac Association has been around for almost 28 years now, and our sole purpose is to help people with celiac disease and gluten-related disorders to live every day and to function and to thrive. And we do this through a myriad of ways. We have two really informative websites and that help everyone on the gluten-free diet, which is the only treatment for celiac disease and non-celiac gluten sensitivity. We support all age ranges from pediatrics to seniors and every age in between. And it's really the everyday living that people have to get through that we try to help them with. And a bit about the Feeding Gluten-Free program. So one of the things about the gluten-free diet is that it is more expensive. Traditionally, approximately about 3 times more expensive for things like cereal and breads and pastas compared to the gluten-containing counterparts. So as you can imagine, that can be really hard for someone who's already in economic distress or in food insecurity. And so for a while, about 6 or 7 years, we had a gluten-free food bank that served the greater Boston area with a hands-on approach for distributing gluten-free food and education. We also provide education nationally for when we did have outreach from individuals around the nation. And then COVID hit, right? And so it actually not only highlighted gluten-free food insecurity around the nation, but it made it grow even more. And we were just heartbroken by the types of phone calls we were getting from individuals who couldn't even afford a loaf of bread, people who were newly furloughed or unemployed, newly homeless. And so we really had to shift our focus from a smaller hands-on approach to a coordinated national effort that had never been done before. So it's been a long haul, but throughout the last year, we've made inroads in 28 states with identifying places like food pantries and food banks who can provide gluten-free food. And we've accepted donations, purchased food, paid for shipping of gluten-free food. We're almost up to about $400,000 of retail product that's gone around to these 28 states. Yeah, so hunger doesn't sleep though. And our goals are to continuously be able to deliver this food. So we've got a lot ahead of us, but it's proving successful thus far.
Yeah, no, it's great. A lot of people during COVID have just been looking for different resources, and that's why this year we're focusing on that and just getting word out and helping our patients any way we can.
Absolutely.
What resources do you provide for the Feeding Gluten-Free program?
Good question. So we have hands-on resources and guides. I can talk about that more in a second, but from the get-go, it's all about education, education, education. And it's the resource that we're providing to food assistance organizations, because a lot of them don't really know about gluten-free food or who needs it or why. or how to store it and how to make a shelf for it. So it's about providing that grassroots conversation when in fact it's also the actual need for gluten-free food assistance has doubled to tripled from places that we've heard from places who have a system already in place. They're seeing numbers from 80 families a month to 145 families a month who need gluten-free food assistance. So the resources that we provide are this connection of education, but also, so we have handouts that they can then implement both in short-term and long-term solutions for their assistance organizations. Some food banks just, they need to work on surveying their thousands of agencies because they don't even know the community members they serve. They're like, I've got no idea because, we have so many people. So they're implementing surveys to kind of get an idea about the communities they're serving and their special dietary needs. And then we created an individual document for people who need food assistance because the other piece is gluten-free food is so expensive. We have to educate on eating naturally gluten-free foods that the food assistance organization might have readily available. It might not be the things you want to eat, like the pasta and the cereal, but it's fresh produce. It's fruit, vegetables, potatoes, rice, meat, and those naturally gluten-free foods. We have some of those supportive documents, and like I said, we're providing the direct phone call resource support.
Yeah, no, that's fabulous. So how can someone find a gluten-free friendly food bank in their area?
So as we've come along and we've been able to identify supportive areas or places who really want to offer support, we have on our website a map. So you can go to nationalceliac.org and click on the gluten-free food assistance, and there's a link for a map. And so there's some little pins around the nation, but obviously with over 64,000 food assistance networks throughout the United States and more, we can't get it in every town. So it's about individuals being good self-advocates and calling their local zip code or county because not every food bank or food pantry can serve everywhere. So you have foodpantries.org. We've been using that website a lot to help identify, because a lot of them are churches and they might not be part of the Feeding America network, which is great, but it's not all inclusive to what the resources might be for everybody. So, yeah.
If someone is unable to locate a gluten-free food bank or they just don't have one in their area, is there like steps they can take to get one started or just make their food bank gluten-free friendly? What do you suggest they would do?
Yeah, that's kind of a follow-up to the last question in that it's about talking to the people. So once they're able to find somewhere in their town or their county, a friendly voice, someone who's open to listening to them. When we have someone calling to say, I can't afford to feed my son, or I can't afford to get money to get food just for myself, I call. And the first thing I said was, what advice can you give me for this person? What can we do together to help this person? So, unfortunately, COVID has caused a myriad of problems for food pantries in so many ways. And one of them is that individuals don't have choice in a lot of places anymore. Many places were, hedging towards being able to just come in and like a real shopping experience that everyone deserves. But now they box and bag food up and give it out depending on the number in the family. And someone who needs to eat gluten-free food might be lucky to get one or two things that they can eat out of that. So it's about having that conversation with your local food assistance organization and saying, how can we make this work to help not just me, but there's 21 million people in America who need to eat gluten-free food between celiac disease and non-celiac gluten sensitivity. And so statistically speaking, the numbers are there to serve the community. And so you can always reach out to me, Carla at nationalceliac.org. My information's online. and we're happy to provide the handouts and written resources and more of the education if someone needs that support for their local food pantry.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Definitely, even if you're just a friend with someone with celiac, like, if you volunteer at your local food bank and you don't notice they do, maybe mention it to them and just bring it up. Just getting the word out to anybody, obviously. Mentioning
Yeah.
it as much as possible helps.
Absolutely. And some of them are just out straight and they just don't have the bandwidth to take on dietary needs, which is really unfortunate, but that is a COVID problem. It might have existed previous to COVID, but it's only made it worse. So it's just persistence, quiet persistence and support, because you certainly you don't want to be that nagging pest that they're not even willing to open their mind to it, but just to let them know the need is there and that there are resources to help make this happen, and let's see what we can do to work together to do it.
Yeah, no. But yeah, obviously that's going to be great for our viewers to learn and to know about the Feeding Gluten-Free program, that you guys are here for them, to help them, and just be there as a support system for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've learned a lot over the last year, and we're still trying to plug away. And like I said, our goals are to get gluten-free food consistently to the locations we've been able to work with already. So yeah, check us out.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing your information with us. And for those of you that just joined us, we've chatted with Carla Carter, Director of Outreach and Programming at the National Celiac Association. And if you missed Ms. Carter's talk, you can find hers and others from this event on the IFFGD webpage. And just thank you again for hopping on with us today, Ms. Carter, and telling us all about what you guys have to offer.
Oh, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much again for the opportunity. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Hello, and welcome back to IFFGD's 2021 Virtual Advocacy event. My name is Cecile Rooker. I'm the President and Executive Director for the International Foundation for Gastrointestinal Disorders, or IFFGD. I'm here with Marissa Lombardi, who is the Program Coordinator for IFFGD. And today we are talking about ways to advocate for yourself by finding support as you travel and navigate this life with a gastrointestinal disorder. This morning we talked about support groups, both online, in social media, in person. If you missed any of those programs, those will be available on the IFFGD website as early as tomorrow, where you can link out and watch each one of these interviews and the entire program straight from our website at iffgd.org. But lucky for you for joining us now, the rest of this program is talking about different types of support services, and we just heard from the National Celiac Association.
That's such a wonderful organization to hear from, and the many resources they have for patients with both celiac and the non-celiac gluten sensitivity, because it's so important, especially at this time, for people who have any kind of food insecurity. But if you have a GI illness and any type of specific kind of allergies or intolerances, such as those who have celiac disease, it's important to know these resources are available.
Absolutely. And as I've mentioned several times today, the resources that we are highlighting in this program today by no means are the only ones that are available to you as a patient. There are many, many different support groups. There are several different organizations for almost every of the major GI disease states that you can think of. So there are other organizations and other resources for you. We didn't have time to highlight them all. We just wanted to give you a sampling of things that you might be able to find out there, like travel assistance with the Air Care Alliance or food pantry assistance with the National Celiac Association. But the next item on our agenda is a little bit different. So I was able to sit down, and this interview was actually done with me, and it was fun. Dr. Bill Che, who most of you know from the University of Michigan, has been very involved in a lot of the GI societies and programming internationally. Just really has been a great resource. to our community. And he has been working with the American College of Gastroenterology, which is a physician group. And so I know this is a patient organization, and we try to do a lot of patient education. But they are creating some really cool things that really can benefit patients in the long run. Like their new GI on demand, which helps people find integrative care. Now, this is a work in progress, but in the end, there will be physician search directories and all kinds of wonderful resources on there. And also caught up with Jackie Gowland with Gastro Girl, and some of you may be familiar with her site where she has a lot of more online communities. So it's sort of like a support group, but a little bit different, a lot of blogs and things like that, and something that you're going to learn a little bit more about now, and maybe you can go out on our website and learn more there too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to hear about both these great organizations collaborating together, and there's, like you said, so many unique resources that they're providing for patients.
Absolutely.
And thank you for joining us today for IFFGD's 2021 Virtual Advocacy event. Today, we are focusing on finding resources for the various needs that all of us as patients with GI disorders sometimes finding ourselves needing. In this session in particular, we're going to talk about resources from the American College of Gastroenterology, or the ACG. The ACG is actually a professional organization of healthcare providers that focus on the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of digestive disorders. Although they are not a patient organization, they provide some very valuable resources to patients. One of these is GI On Demand. GI On Demand is actually a joint venture between two organizations, the ACG and GastroGirl. We're going to talk today a little bit about GI On Demand and also about GastroGirl. And so here with us today is Jackie Gowland. Miss Gowland is the founder and Chief Strategy Officer for both GastroGirl and GI On Demand. And also a familiar face for those of us here at IFFGD is Dr. William Che. Dr. Che is the Nostrand Professor of GI and Nutritional Services at the University of Michigan, and he also is the Director of Nutrition and Behavioral Integrated Health Services at GI On Demand. Thank you both and welcome to IFFG's 2020 Advocacy event.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yes. So thank you so much for being here today and helping us to learn just a little bit more about these important resources. And for those out there, I just mentioned that GI On Demand is a collaboration between ACG and GastroGirl. And I am sure when I said that, all of you started wondering, what is a GastroGirl? So Jackie, can you tell us just a little bit about GastroGirl and why did you start GastroGirl?
Thank you, Cecile. Yes, GastroGirl started off about over a decade ago as a blog because it met an unmet need at the time for educational information about digestive health issues, and it brought that information that was evidence-based but in a lighthearted, accessible way for patients. And I was very passionate about digestive health. And I'll save you the long story. There's lots of information on that online. But basically, after my role at Revolution Health, where I started GastroGirl as a blog, I ended up at the American College of Gastroenterology, where I worked for 6 years in a communications and digital engagement capacity. And I loved working there. I learned so much. I met so many amazing clinicians. And I also had the opportunity to really further understand the journey that patients had. And then there was a gap between once a patient was diagnosed or they were trying to find a diagnosis, there was really nowhere for them to find information and resources that was really targeted for them and to really have that support between office visits. And this is, a while ago. And I just had this burning desire to continue the mission of GastroGirl that started off as a blog. And I became a certified health coach where I was able to really understand what patients need, how to speak with them. And and it just evolved. I left ACG as a full-time employee to, put it all on the table, and I founded Gastro Girl. We were in a health tech accelerator, which what that means is it's sort of like a test area where you develop the initial product, you test it, and we did that, and then we spent about 2 years courting the ACG. Even though I worked there, it wasn't an easy, oh yeah, we love you, come on, let's partner. It was really a very strategic, a very important process. We had pilot studies. We had to go in front of the board of trustees. Dr. Che, you remember those meetings, and it was really a collaborative approach because brought together, GI On Demand really brings together the expertise, the reputation, the reach of the American College of Gastroenterology, and also the advocacy for patients. And just Gastro Girl was pretty recognized in the industry among patients and providers. Sometimes there are people that don't even call me my name. They just call me Gigi or Gastro Girl. But it's really not about me. It's really like the superhero patient advocate. And bringing those together with ACG, we were really able to take the mission of Gastro Girl and accelerate it under the guidance of amazing clinicians like Dr. Che, who's on our leadership team, and others who were able to really evolve it into the platform that it is and is becoming today. So it's been an amazing journey. It's not over yet. You're doing great work with IFFGD. So the goal of GI On Demand is not to operate in a silo. It's really about bringing all the pieces together. So it's almost like Gastro Girl did all the blazing the trail to get, a really good collaboration with the college. And now we're like, okay, everybody, let's all work together and bring these amazing resources to clinicians and their patients.
Fantastic. Wow. So it's really been a journey. And I actually remember you and I met when this was all beginning about a decade ago, when, I think we're both in different lives back then. It was definitely pre-IFFGD for me. So Gastro Girl, is it now completely integrated with ACG and GI On Demand, or is there something different with just Gastro Girl?
That's a great question, and we get that a lot. So think of it like this: Gastro Girl is its own company. It's Gastro Girl Inc. ACG is a very highly respected nonprofit organization for GI clinicians. We've come together in an official joint venture partnership. It's an official LLC, GI On Demand, and it's equally owned by both Gastro Girl and the ACG.
Okay, so if someone goes to Gastro Girl, what would they expect to see on Gastro Girl's website?
So at Gastro Girl's website, it's really various resources. Again, we're not we're not recreating the wheel. We're not doing what you're doing or what the CCF the foundation is doing or other patients. We're really taking a unique twist on empowering patients, more like a lot of living with information. We just unveiled a podcast series that's been amazing. We have a virtual book club, and we're featuring books that are written either by patients or for patients, or we're going to feature Dr. Jossman's book, Gut Feelings, I think during IBS Awareness Month. So we're really bringing a different twist. It's very information oriented, evidence-based. We have a community that we offer in partnership with ACG under the GI On Demand brand. So it's very accessible. Right now, there's no charge to join the Gastro Girl site. You can go on there, and there are really great things that are coming down the pipeline as well. Always evolving, always iterating, always listening to our patient population. And so that's really
fantastic. That sounds so exciting, and your passion is absolutely infectious. And so that sounds like a really fantastic resource. But let's talk a little bit about GI On Demand. Dr. Che, I know that you and I have talked about this quite often. We've talked about integrative care, and I know that is really the niche that GI On Demand is looking to fill, right? That is the need of patients. That is what all of us talk about. But can you kind of put it out there where we can all really understand when we say integrative care? What does that really mean, Dr. Che?
Yeah, if you think about the care model that most patients with conditions like irritable bowel syndrome or other so-called functional GI conditions have been treated with, it's really revolved almost exclusively around a relationship with either a primary care provider or a gastroenterologist who chooses a medication to address that particular patient's symptoms. And what we've come to learn over many years now is that patients oftentimes want something more than just a medication. In fact, I see you both shaking your heads. It's amazing because for many years, I would interview a patient and arrive at a diagnosis, and then I would say, and we're going to treat you with this. And the patient's response would be, but wait a second, doctor, what can I do myself about my diet and about things in my everyday life that might allow me to not have to use a medication, or that might make the medication work better? And, for years and years, we really didn't have a good answer to that. But over the last 10 years or so, there's been this incredible growth, expansion of knowledge around non-medical treatments for patients with conditions like irritable bowel syndrome. So around diet, around behavior, lifestyle. And more, we're thinking about recommending those types of strategies to patients. Now, here's the problem, is that most gastroenterologists in the United States are not adequately trained to be able to take a deep dive into those dietary recommendations or behavioral lifestyle recommendations. They'll tell you to eat smaller meals, avoid fatty foods, eat more fiber, right? But as far as being able to really provide the types of detailed information that would allow a patient to embrace these recommendations and incorporate them into their day-to-day lives, we just don't have the training. So increasingly, we're talking about using the services of specially trained GI dietitians or specially trained GI psychologists, behavioral therapists, and having people work as a team, because there's a big difference between multidisciplinary care, where different providers all take care of their little piece of the pie, versus integrated care, which is collaborative, team-based care, where people of different ilks, dietitians, behavioral therapists, gastroenterologists, work as a team to come up with an integrated treatment plan for that individual patient. If you think about it, people talk more and more about personalized medicine, and this whole idea of integrated care is getting us closer to that aspirational goal of a personalized approach for patient A versus patient B.
That makes so much sense. And I have to tell you that I've never heard it explained in such a way, the difference between multidisciplinary care and integrative care. And that makes so much sense to me. Thank you so much for that explanation. Now, during that explanation, Dr. Che, you mentioned irritable bowel syndrome several times. And I know that many of the folks watching today do have IBS, as epidemiology has shown us. There are millions of people around the world that have irritable bowel syndrome. And I know that a lot of research has been done in this patient population with integrative care. But what other patients would benefit from this type of a program or approach?
The data is evolving very quickly in IBS, and obviously cancer, GI cancer, we've been talking about multidisciplinary care and integrated care for a long time. But really, if you think about virtually any disease in gastroenterology, whether you're talking about chronic pancreatitis, eosinophilic esophagitis, gastroesophageal reflux disease, gastroparesis, inflammatory bowel disease, all of these different things are going to be amenable. In fact, care will be significantly enhanced by thinking about a more holistic, integrative, collaborative, team-based approach. There's not as much data in many of those places as of yet, but it'll come. I mean, if you just think about it from a purely intuitive standpoint, it really makes sense that for many of these conditions, we should be thinking about diet strategies. We should be thinking about how the mind influences the gut and how we can modify that in a way that will help with the patient's symptoms.
That is, that I think is it's so exciting for patients, especially those that have more than one condition, and then medications might interrupt with other medications that interfere. And the thought that you can do something integrative, something that is non-medicinal in some cases, and just being able to work one-on-one on you and have a very personalized approach. That is such a hope for the future. And like you said, we're just one step forward to that with this. And talking about one step forward, I do know that GI On Demand has some really big plans to try to provide this for patients. Not available yet. For those of you listening, please stay tuned with IFFGD and we'll let you know when it's available. But can you give us a little sneak peek of what GI On Demand is hoping to achieve in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an exciting time because here's the thing is that virtually every provider, gastroenterologist, primary care doctors, any specialty, as well as patient, has now been touched by the concept of virtual care or telehealth. I think we're all engaging on this on a daily basis. And so it's an exciting prospect to think about utilizing telehealth or virtual care to build integrated teams. And like you said, some of those things will be coming in the very near future through GI On Demand. Right now, some things that listeners might be interested in are free webinars that we have available that provide information around interventions like the low FODMAP diet, for example, for irritable bowel syndrome. I'm really thrilled that one of our dietitians, Emily Heller, is actually working on that. There'll be a webinar coming up on elimination diets for eosinophilic esophagitis, also by one of our dietitians, Amanda Lynette. We'll have webinars about potential ways or to help people to understand how the brain influences function in the GI tract, which can manifest as a variety of different symptoms like pain, diarrhea, or constipation, the typical symptoms of IBS, and how behavioral strategies can be beneficial for that. So right now, there's a lot of informational offerings that I think patients will get a tremendous amount of benefit from. The people doing these webinars will be able to take that deep dive. The doctor just simply either won't have training or won't have time to be able to do during their interaction in the office.
Absolutely. And for those of you who are familiar with IFFGD programming, Emily Holler, who Dr. Che just mentioned, you may know is not only on the advisory board of IFFGD, but also the chair of our digestive health chat on Twitter. So if you enjoyed that program, you probably really should be tuning into the GI On Demand's diet and nutrition program as well. So thank you so much. And I know that there's a lot to come and there's a lot more in store with this powerhouse of a collaboration between Gastro Girl and the American College of Gastroenterology. Those of you at home, please stay tuned to GI On Demand and remember to be thinking about that when you're thinking about your healthcare and how you would wish that it would be more integrative. Check out GI On Demand, and I'm sure that you'll learn a lot about how to provide that for yourself and for the ones that you care about, whether it be a GI illness or otherwise. This will probably help you get pointed in the right direction. So again, for those of you who are just watching us or just joining us, this is part of our IFFGD 2021 advocacy event. Today's session is all about finding resources for you as patients with GI illness. And in this particular program, we were talking with Ms. Jackie Gallen from Gastro Girl and Dr. William Che, who is on the board of IFFGD, a very wonderful special advisor to me at the organization, but it's also been one of the powerhouse brains around trying to get this available to patients. And now finally, he has helped to create GI On Demand. And GI On Demand, which is a collaboration between ACG and Gastro Girl, is intended to help patients find that integrative care that they are so desperately looking for to help them in their disease. For those of you who'd like more information about either of these, visit our webpage for our advocacy event, and we will make sure that you get a link there to both GastroGirl and GI On Demand. You can join those communities and begin to learn. You can watch the old podcasts and hear about when new ones are coming that Dr. Bildstate told us about. For those of you who would like to learn about other resources other than GI On Demand and GastroGirl, stay tuned to this program or visit the IFFGD 2021 Advocacy Event webpage, where you'll see the entire agenda, all the talks for the day and for the entire week, and links to the YouTube videos so that you can learn about other resources as well. Ms. Gallen and Dr. Che, thank you so much for spending time with us this afternoon, helping us to understand a little bit more about integrative care, about patient resources, and these wonderful 2 platforms that you guys have helped to create. That is such a great resource for GI patients. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for those of you at home, please stay continued watching our program, and we hope that you learn a lot about resources for GI health. Thank you. Hi, and welcome back to IFFGD's 2021 Virtual Advocacy Event. Thank you for joining with us today as we learn more about support for those of us in the gastrointestinal illness community. We just listened to talk about some of the ACG resources. We heard from Dr. William Che from the University of Michigan about GI On Demand, and also from Jackie Gowland with GastroGirl. And then both of them talking about sort of what to expect coming from GI On Demand in the future. Really exciting stuff, thinking about where they're going with all of their resources that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so exciting too, especially how far Jackie has come with just starting her resources as a blog. What was it, about 10 years ago?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's super exciting to see how much that can grow and how much of an impact just a small start can be.
Absolutely. I actually remember when Jackie wrote her very first blog. I met her then and have just watched her really blossom and really grow into something a lot bigger. So we got a question from the audience. And so we have someone that at home that said they believe that their care is multidisciplinary, but they'd like it to be interdisciplinary. And how do they make that happen? So Marissa, what do you say?
That is such a great question, and that's something that I think people don't realize. Like, it's more common to hear about multidisciplinary care, getting care that covers like different aspects of your disease and how to treat that, and even multiple conditions. But really, for the integrative, interdisciplinary care, it's so important to get your doctors to talk to each other and communicate with each other to make sure that, say, a cardiac and a GI treatment really can coincide and that the medications and everything work together. And the best way to do that is really just to talk to your doctors. Talk to each doctor and make sure that they're aware that you need them to talk to your maybe it's your endocrinologist, your cardiologist, your dietitian, your surgeon, to make sure that everyone is collaborating and fully understands your care needs. And the most important way to do that is just to be a good self-advocate, to speak up for yourself, to speak up for your needs, and be fully open to all of your healthcare providers with exactly what you need, what you expect out of your care, to get the best possible care you can that really tailors it to you as an individual. Because although 2 people may have the same condition, as you mentioned earlier, you have IBS and I do as well, but we both need completely different types of care.
Absolutely.
And that is so true among all conditions, but especially in the GI space. So really just self-advocacy in all aspects is so important.
Absolutely. And, really and truly, as you advocate for yourself and you talk to your doctors and you tell them what you really need in order to get your care to be integrative and for them to talk to one another, also understand and don't get frustrated. Be very well aware that some physicians aren't going to be open to that idea. And unfortunately, you will run into that as a patient as you talk to all of your physicians, and maybe one day that won't be the case. Mm-hmm. But you know what? We're going to keep advocating. We're going to keep asking. We're going to keep talking about it. And then you need to decide what's right for you and what is right for your care. And be your own self-advocate. and decide if you need to find different types of doctors or if you can get your doctors to work together and how to make that happen. Be determined, be vocal, be respectful, but definitely advocate for yourself. So we have one last presentation today, and I'm actually really excited about it. And I'm excited about it because one of my very favorite people, Haley McCorkle, who is our public relations coordinator here at IFFGD, she has been with us for almost as long as I have. And she is really, truly just the brains behind the face of IFFGD and everything that we do. She runs our social media campaigns. She runs all of our awareness events. And she is very in touch with all of the resources here that we offer at IFFGD. And while they are not support groups, because we absolutely have made a firm decision in that as an organization that we try to collaborate with support services, and that's not something that we have the bandwidth to do here in our organization. But we do have various different types of resources, and I had an absolutely fabulous time interviewing Ms. McCorkle about some of the resources for IFFGD.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited for everyone to get to watch this presentation because it's such a great presentation with the two of you, and Haley did do such a wonderful job touching on just the wide variety of aspects that IFFGD offers. And like you said, we like to collaborate a lot. So anything that we can't immediately offer, we can extend that resource to patients. But it's really great to see and to hear about all the different video resources IFFGD has, all the publication resources, the social media. It's endless what is offered, and seeing this video is even just really awakening to me to realize really just the breadth range of resources that are available, because although I may interact with it on the day-to-day, it's really amazing to kind of hear about it all summarized within one presentation.
Absolutely. It really kind of shows that 30 years, right, of investment into the GI community and how we have sort of added to our portfolio along the way. And so here, Ms. McCorkle is going to talk to us about the resources of IFFGD. And I hope that gives you a little bit more light into who we are as an organization. And of course, if you have any questions, email us at iffgd@iffgd.org.
Thank you for joining us today for IFFGD's 2021 Virtual Advocacy event. As you know, in this program, we'll be talking about resources for the gastrointestinal illness community. And for this session, we're going to be speaking with the International Foundation for Gastrointestinal Disorders' very own Haley McCorkle. Ms. McCorkle has been with IFFGD for almost 3 years now, and she was recently last year promoted to our Public Relations Associate. Is in this title, Ms. McCorkle works with a lot of people with social media and a lot of our press releases, and then just working with patients in general with the different resources that IFFGD has to offer. Now, just as a reminder to those of you at home watching, IFFGD is not comprised of any physicians. We have none on staff, and therefore we are not able to give medical advice to you. We do encourage you to go speak with your physician about anything that you learn from our resources, and that you go to your healthcare provider and work with them to develop a treatment plan that is right for you. However, IFFGD does try to provide you some of the educational tools that will help you with these conversations. Ms. McCorkle, can you tell us a little bit about what the resources are that IFFGD offers patients?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. So basically, IFFGD, we have a ton of resources. I mean, it goes down to a number of websites that we have, and as well as our publication library. But just for starters, we have about 8 or 9 different websites. So we have the main IFFGD website, and then also we have about IBS, about GERD, about gastroparesis, the GI motility website, about kids GI. We also have you and constipation, and also our kids GI page is actually translated into Spanish now. So we have a lot of that resource as well that's for the Spanish community, and we're excited about adding that to the additional list of our resources for our websites. But back to the main website, we have our publication library, which has over 300 fact sheets, as well as brochures and other articles like surveys and anything else that's related to GI disorders and ways to kind of help you manage and understand the conditions and manage and cope with the symptoms as well.
Fantastic. So in this day, there's a lot of questions that patients bring to us at IFFGD. And one of the main things that people love to talk about is, what can I eat? I think foods are the problem. How can I work with food? And what are some of the, things that can help me with my challenges with food possibly causing symptoms? Does IFFGD cover any of those types of issues?
Yeah, so, as we know, food is definitely a trigger for a lot of symptom flares. And I think sometimes one food might trigger one day and then the next day it doesn't. So that's where the questions come, right? And that's when you start looking for resources. And I think IFFGD has a tremendous dietitian listing that is available on our website with a number of dietitians. And when you go to the main IFFGD website and you click on resources, you can scroll down and you'll see dietitian listing, which you're able to search by zip code, your address, or even disease state. So I think that is a really good resource for patients to be able to connect with dietitians or nutritional supports in their area to really get a better understanding of what foods might trigger symptoms and just come up with a better dietary management plan with someone who's familiar with GI conditions. And on top of that, we've also been running a Twitter chat for digestive health, and it's been going on for 4 years now. And so with this Twitter chat, we have a lot of different conversations with a number of dietitians. And I think that's really cool because it's a live interactive program for patients to not only submit questions before the program starts, but it also allows them to ask questions during that Twitter chat so that we can get a good feel of if it's about IBS, then they can type in a question, what food might trigger my IBS symptoms? So those are just two specific things that we offer with IFFGD to really help patients manage their symptoms when it comes to food.
That is fantastic. Those are very, very wonderful resources for people with needing assistance with food. And of course, I'm sure our websites and publications library, I know, are full of articles as well. And if anyone at home has any questions about any of these resources regarding food, you probably have seen a few web links popping up in our chat link here right during Vimeo Live. You can click on those to get more information about these resources that Ms. McCorkle's mentioning. But after this programming, maybe you have another question, please email us. The best email address to reach us out regarding this program is advocacy@iffgd.org. You can always email our main email address, which is iffgd@iffgd.org, with any questions about any of these resources. But Ms. McCorkle, you talked about that Twitter chat program, which is very exciting and innovative and a very good interactive way for patients to engage with dietitians and with IFFGD. What other programs do we have that might be helpful to patients to get a better understanding of these GI conditions?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the DDH chat has been going on for 4 years, and that's a very exciting program. But in addition to that one program, we've also established the Norton Education Series, which is a series that we started last year, we're really, really excited about here with IFFGD, mainly because it's a program and a series where patients can really gain a better understanding of a variety of topics that relate to GI disorders. And it's just a great opportunity for us to reach out to healthcare providers, dietitians, behavioral therapists, and anything in the GI realm and world. Patients are able to really learn more about their conditions and find other doctors too that they might be able to work with that's in their area. So that's just one program, and we have a program coming up this fall. So we're all excited about that one, starting the NES for the 30th edition. So look for some of that information being on our social media and on our website so that you can register. But also we have the the Hill Day, which you guys are joining us today for, but that's been going on for many, many years. And this is just one program where patients are not only able to connect with some congressional offices, but they're also able to really learn a little bit more about how to connect with their congressional office, and then also what are other avenues and educational resources that are out there, especially during our educational programs. So those are just two of the main programs that we have going on right now, and we're adding on to a lot of the other things, as well as our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel has a plethora of videos that patients can go through. We highlight all of the programs that we've have, like I mentioned, the NES and the Hill Day programs. We highlight those videos back on our YouTube channel. But in addition to those, we also have our Exploring Gut Topics with Cecile, where she's speaking with many people in the GI community to really gain a better understanding and help provide more information to the patient community. But on top of that program, we also have our most recent COVID-19 program podcast, where it's near and dear to a lot of our hearts, because that's really what we're going through right now. So we've been able to connect with some of the leading doctors in the field to really get a better understanding of how COVID affects our GI systems and what can we do to manage not only stress, but also support our immune system. So that's another program on our YouTube channel. And we also, we want to connect with patients as well. So we want to learn more about what it is like to live with a GI condition. What is the patient illness experience? So with this program, we're really speaking with the patient to gain a better understanding of what is it like to be diagnosed with a condition? What is it like to live with something like gastroparesis or IBS or constipation? Or even SMAS or spinal cord injuries, just a variety of topics that we would like to cover so that we all can raise awareness about how GI conditions can really impact the daily lives for each individual. Because, I mean, it really does impact and can be debilitating for many of these patients with GI conditions. So we highlighted that program on our YouTube channel, and we're continuing to add to that list of videos every single day. And just most recently, with our 30th anniversary edition, we've added a lot of our research award winners. So with this program, we're learning from our past research award winners and learning what's going on in the field. What is the hype around some of these topics, and how can we take the research that they're conducting and apply it to the patient community world to continue to raise awareness and understand how research is affecting our daily lives as well. So we're really excited about that program being available on our YouTube channel. But please, please, please visit our YouTube channel and just take a visit and subscribe so that you can get updates on any other additional programs that we add.
That is so fantastic. And it is exciting. I know so many people they like to watch YouTube and watch videos better than reading, a long article. And so it's really great that you've taken the initiative to begin all of these amazing programs and take those on as part of your role as public relations associate. And for those of you at home, like Haley said, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. As she's been talking, I'm sure you've been seeing a lot coming up in the chat from us at IFFGD with links to the different programs that she's been talking about, or links to videos. Again, if you've missed any of those, or maybe she said something that you didn't see a link to, please email us. We'd be happy to provide you with that information. Again, you can email us at advocacy@iffgd.org, or you can email us at iffgd@iffgd.org, and we will get back to you. So, Haley, these are so exciting. And we've talked a lot about YouTube, and I know that you mentioned Twitter, the Twitter chat with the diet program. What other social platforms does IFFG engage in that people might be able to follow and learn more?
Yeah, so social media today is like our main avenue that I think a lot of us turn to in order to get information, but it's kind of hard for us to really understand what's reliable and what's not. So IFFGD, you can find us on LinkedIn, you can find us on Facebook, on Instagram and Twitter. So, and obviously on YouTube as well. But those are the main platforms that we disseminate a lot of information that's either on our website, or we might share other organizations' information as well, because we really like to collaborate with other people and share information that we feel might be helpful for the patient community and for patients to utilize day to day. So if we can, maybe we'll send a link or in the chat or anything like that with a lot of our handles for not only Facebook, but for Twitter, for Instagram, and for LinkedIn, because we really want you to like us and subscribe and follow on social media so that you can get plenty of updates on what's going on with the IFFGD and what's new in the field of GI.
Fantastic. So actually, I think even better, what we'll do at the end of this program is we'll provide all of those handles at the end of this video for people so they can see those. We will also put them in the chat, as Haley just mentioned. And of course, you can find all of this on our website as well. I feel like as we've been chatting, my mind is almost blowing with all of the resources that we offer. I know these, obviously, as a member of the staff here at IFFGD, but just hearing them again just reminds me of how much work, especially in the area of public relations, that we've been doing over the last few years. Thank you, Haley, for all of your hard work in this area. But I just want to ask, how can patients maybe contact us if there's something that we haven't mentioned, or maybe they have another issue and they have a question? What should they do to learn more about those types of things? And what types of things would people ask us for?
Yeah, so like you said, we've talked about a lot of things that IFFGD covers. I mean, it's a ton of information. And maybe after this program, you're like, well, I just have another question. So it's important for patients to know that you can reach out to IFFGD, and you can email us, you can call us, but the email address to contact would be iffgd@iffgd.org. And that is staffed by a staff member 24/7. Someone is looking and monitoring that email. So feel free to send us an email with your questions. Usually we see questions about understanding their disease state, or where can they find information, and specific disease states in general. So anything that's related to the GI track, or any information that you would like to receive, you can email us with those questions. And if we don't have those questions, we might be able to suggest another organization who would have a better answer to your question than what IFFGD would have. And then also, if you do not email us, but you are on our website, we also have a page on our website with other organizations and other links that you can link to in order to get some information and other resources from their organizations also. So, and part of that with the phone call and anything like that, you can contact us. But like Cecile mentioned at the beginning of the program, we aren't staffed by medical professionals, so we can't give you medical advice, but we are always happy to refer you to other doctors who might be in your area and send you articles or brochures or links to information that can help you in the meantime before your next appointment.
That is fantastic. Thank you, Haley. Really appreciate you taking time out of your very busy schedule, as we've seen today, to talk to us about the many resources that IFFGD does offer the patient population and the general public as well, concerning gastrointestinal disorders. Thank you so much for joining us today. Again, for those of you at home, this is Haley McCorkle. She is IFFGD's Public Relations Associate and has been a member of our team for about 3-4 years now. Actually, it'll be 4 in July, I believe. And we're so proud to have her on our team and excited about all the wonderful programs that she's been able to implement during her short tenure here at the organization. If you missed the beginning of this talk, just remember that this program, as well as all of the videos that we are presenting here during our 2021 advocacy event, will be available on our YouTube channel. They will also be a special webpage on our IFFGD page that covers this entire program. It has a link to every single one of these videos. So feel free to come back tomorrow, listen again, share it with your friends.
or catch up on things that you may have missed. And again, if you have any questions for us, or maybe you have a program idea at home, something that you wish IFFGD would do, contact us. Let us know your ideas and your thoughts. We value your feedback, and we hope that these resources will be very helpful to you on your illness journey. Again, thank you so much, Haley, for joining us today. And at home, thank you for watching, and we hope that you will continue with watching the program of the IFFGD 2021 Advocacy event.
Hello and welcome back to IFFGD's 2020 Virtual Advocacy event. Thank you for joining with us today. We've been here since 1 o'clock this afternoon, or 2 o'clock for you guys, and Eastern Standard Time, and we have been spending the entire day talking about support resources for the gastrointestinal illness community. We hope that you've learned a lot, and if you missed any of our sessions today, they will be available on our website later. Just now you heard from Haley McCorkle, who is the Public Relations Coordinator here at IFFGD, and she talked about a lot of the programs for IFFGD and some of the resources that we have, and I hope that you were able to learn a lot about that. So, Marissa, what's your favorite resource of IFFGD?
It's really hard to pick just one. I know one thing I love is the amount of publications we have in the library and just the diverse diseases and topics within disease states they cover. But with this year coming up, I'm especially excited for the special edition of the Norton Education Series that coincides with our 30th celebration. I'm really excited for what that's going to bring, and just looking forward to all the resources and education that it provides this year. I think it'll be just a wonderful, wonderful event.
Absolutely. So that's going to be a virtual event held the first weekend in November, and we hope that you will definitely join us for that 2-day, very special Nancy and Bill Norton Education Series event. This event will be commemorating the 30 years of the International Foundation for Gastrointestinal Disorders, and will be sort of the highlight of our entire 30th year. Thank you again for joining with us today. This does end our program for today, but wait, there's more. Please come back tomorrow and on Tuesday as we learn more about ways that you can advocate for yourself. And tomorrow is really a special day. Tomorrow, which is going to be on Monday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will have a program on advocating in Washington. And so that's what most of you think of. When you think of advocacy, or we talk about an advocacy organization, people assume that you're talking about going to Washington and meeting with congressional offices, and absolutely we do that. I hope you've noticed today that there's more that we do than just that. But tomorrow we're going to really talk about what that means to advocate in Washington. Marissa, myself, and Philip Googlis, who is a Washington representative for IFFGD, will be speaking on a variety of topics tomorrow, such as how Congress works and advocacy, why it matters. And then also, how do you go about scheduling your offices, and how do you get their contact information? And then talking a little bit about some of the issues that are in Washington today that directly affect people with gastrointestinal disorders, like the Safe Step Act.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Safe Step Act is one you'll learn more on tomorrow. But we're really excited that this legislation was just introduced for this Congress in the Senate. And we're looking forward to, hopefully in the next few months, it'll be introduced in the House. And of course, we'll go into more detail tomorrow. But this is an important bill that affects not only the GI community, but also really anyone. Any patients out there who have to go through certain treatments or medications and have trouble getting the treatment prescribed by their healthcare provider because insurance company may make them try one or two or even a long list of treatment options in the meantime. So we're very excited to let you guys know a little bit more about that bill. And of course, if you have any questions on that, either here tonight if you'd like to learn more, or after the presentation tomorrow, you can email us, of course, legislation-specific questions or anything relating to this event or contacting Congress at all. At advocacy@iffgd.org. We'd be happy to answer your questions and help you learn a little bit more.
Absolutely. And we have a special treat. As you know, hopefully we are streaming live from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina today, and we will be doing that again on Monday and again on Tuesday. But tomorrow, Philip Googlis is actually going to join us live for the question and answer session. So please write down some questions. Let's see if we can really stump Philip tomorrow. That would be fantastic, and I would really enjoy it. But he'll be here live for Q&A, and I hope that you will be too. 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's the exact same link. So you can pick up right where you left off here tomorrow for this advocacy event for 2021 hosted by the International Foundation for Gastrointestinal Disorders. We hope to see you tomorrow.